by all the Ayush doctors, faculty members, and students. And this session is also broadcasted on hybrid mode and is also available on our CARI Facebook page. Well, we'll begin with the famous quote, Yoga samyak pravrittihi syad atiyogo ativartanam ayoga pratilongena na cha alpam va pravartanam. Drugs may act in different manner after administration. Sometimes it may act adversely, sometimes mildly, and sometimes there may be no effect. Hence, we need a right drug in right place and right dose so that there will be no any complication. Well, with this note, we get the idea of the origin of pharmacovigilance, which was prevalent those days. Now, I would request Dr. Sulochana Bhatt, Assistant Director in charge, to deliver welcome address.
Good morning and hearty welcome to you all who are present here in the auditorium and who have joined online. At the outset, I would like to extend my warm welcome to Director General, Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences, Professor Ravi Narayan Acharya, who has joined virtually today to grace the occasion. DG CCRS is basically an expert in Dravyaguna. He's a renowned author, researcher, teacher, and now enable administrator. Ever since he has joined CCRS last year, after his vast experience in Gujarat Ayurveda University as a professor and researcher, his focus has been to develop the standards of his institutes. His constant efforts, especially in achieving NABL and NABH standards, are yielding results. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And he is the great motivating force behind all our endeavors and achievements, success stories. Hearty welcome to you, sir, once again. Dr. Lata Damle is with us today as an expert in the field. She is a young achiever. Their company called Etrimed, you all must be knowing, it's already very popular. Their specialty is their R&D. Each and every product, before bringing to the market, they undergo rigorous scientific validation. And I hope probably she is going to share her experience with advertisement and popularizing her products, yet following the guidelines or legal provisions, law of the land available presently. Hearty welcome to you, Dr. Lata. We are going to have a lecture from Dr. Professor Ziaur Rahman from Aligarh Muslim University in the afternoon session. I also take this opportunity to extend my warm welcome to him. Many experts, actually I should not say their audience, they are all learned. They have joined us here and online. I welcome all of them. We have a small family, Central Ayurveda Research Institute and Regional Ayurveda Research Institute, Goa. So they are also with us here. So they are also welcome. Under the leadership of Dr. Shubhashri, Dr. Raghavendra Naik, who has also joined online, and we are going to listen to him also in the afternoon. We are doing commendable work. We actually received accolades also from Ministry of Ayush that we are doing well peripheral vigilance center. But a lot needs to be done, especially when we talk about awareness about identifying the side effects. Generally, believe that Ayush medicines do not have any side effects, but we don't have. It may be true, we don't know. So we need to document to do that, especially at clinical level. A lot of awareness needs to be generated among service providers and the users. So in that direction, we keep interacting with the stakeholders, and this is one of those events held today. And I once again welcome all of you and hope to receive great suggestions from you and the exchange of ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Sulochana ma'am to hand over bouquet to Dr. Lata Damle, founder and chief scientific officer at Element Biotech. Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Shubhashri ma'am, coordinator, Peripheral Pharmacovigilance Center, Cari, Bengaluru, to hand over bouquet to Dr. Sulochana ma'am. I request Dr. Tejaswini, research officer, Cari, Bengaluru, to hand over bouquet to Dr. Shubhashri ma'am and welcome. Thank you. As we all know, we are privileged here to have our Director General CCRS, Dr. Ravin Narayan Acharya sir, who was also heading National Pharmacovigilance Program of ASU Drugs at IPGTRA Jamnagar. I request sir to please deliver inaugural address on this occasion.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now I am audible. I think there will be an echo now. Very good morning. Namaste to all the participants, both physically attending at RRA Bengaluru and online through webinar or mode. At the outset, I thank Dr. Sulochana Bhatt, the in charge of the Cari Bengaluru, for organizing this workshop as a part and parcel of National Pharmacovigilance Program for Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and homeopathic drugs. I know this unit is one of our prime unit, not only of CCRS, the only center of excellence, but also as an active institute of CCRS for conducting clinical research and drug research since its inception. And as today's session is concerned, this is a awareness workshop because being the topic which is many people does not get themselves aware about the pharmacovigilance, and those who are aware but not make themselves active. The purpose of pharmacovigilance, that is reporting of suspected adverse drug reactions, or knowing about how to report, where to report, and what type of reporting we should do. So in this program, because many of our research officers or medical officer, those who are actively involved in clinical practice, they do collect the data, but there are many doubts in many cases. Even if the old practitioners, the old physicians or some senior research scholars, they are in doubt to what type of reporting that they should do, and sometimes we ignore very minor report, minor things, observations, but such type itching, or sometimes the biochemical markers, increase in ESR, increase in any other pathological markers or biological markers in the blood or any other samples after administration of the drug. So we generally ignore them, and many times also we do ignore about the non-action of the drug, the purpose for which the drug is indicated, but we don't get the desired action, and we never report that also. So the pharmacovigilance program, which by definition says is the science and activities related to detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effect or any other drug-related problem. So this, I think, in this awareness programs, the newcomers, those who are newly getting exposed to the program pharmacovigilance, and those who are already exposed but they didn't make them active in reporting the pharmacovigilance possible adverse effect, they make themselves aware about this pharmacovigilance program. And in particular, another thing of the workshop is I congratulate Professor Dr. Sulochana ji for getting good resource persons. We have Professor Jia, one of the resource person, and we have also renowned the pharma company owner, scientist Dr. Damle here, about how the role of pharma companies are also a major in creating awareness about the pharmacovigilance program, and particularly drug adversity, penicillin and Ayurveda drugs. And I think the speakers, other speakers, Dr. Subhasri is here, Dr. Raghavendra Nayak is here, and all them are working in pharmacovigilance field since more than 15 years, and hope they, I'm not hope, but I'm sure all the speakers will enlighten the participants about the purpose of this workshop, and particularly how to report, how to inculcate and reporting culture among the participants, how to fill up the forms, how to know about another component of pharmacovigilance is the misleading advertisement, which Dr. Raghavendra is going to cover. So all these aspects will definitely create awareness among the participants, and those participants in future will be the touch bearer. They can train, they can aware others also about the concept and practical utility of the pharmacovigilance. As you know, by definition, pharmacovigilance is the science and activities. So it is an activity-based science, and when it is activity is there is a group work. Yeah, and different stakeholders are involved in this pharmacovigilance program, starting from detection till assessment, understanding, and prevention. In every different stakeholders are involved, and hope for the research persons will enlighten with their speech to the all the participants. And I thank the organizer again for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this awareness programs, and I hope all success of these workshops, and for particularly imparting the awareness program on pharmacovigilance. Thank you all. Over to Carrie Bangalore.
For being part of this program. As we all know, we have an eminent person as our chief guest today, Dr. Lata Damle, founder and chief scientific officer at Restream Biotech, Bengaluru. I now call upon Madam to speak, share few words on this occasion.
today's world actually. So since I will be speaking about this as well, after that you will have to hear to me for 1 hour. I don't want you to bore, now also with those talking actually. But if I can just think of some things, today is pretty auspicious day. Today is the day when we adopted Constitution of India. So for having this, being part of this independent sovereign country, we should be really proud of ourselves, thanks to the Constitution of India. Another very important day when we go out of India, today is the day when Thanksgiving was first initiated. So that's actually a beautiful concept where we would like to thank, at this point of time, I think we should thank our ancestors for giving us this wealth of information, which I'm sure still not well harnessed. So we still have scope to understand and evaluate so many gems that they have given us. So we should be really thankful to them. And we should be thankful to all those healthcare science. Safer more than effective. Safety above efficacy is what we actually look for today. And Ayurveda has really talked about it well in advance, long back. So really we should be thankful to such a system which had such a progressive vision. So last but not the least, today is the day when we actually found out the Omicron variant of COVID. So 1 year back, 1 year has passed. Of course, it was a torrential time. We all have passed through a lot of tough times. But in the field of research, in fact, this particular thing hastened, it gave us skating, how we could progress so fast. So with the proper infrastructure or basic awareness being built, then we can work on it at a very fast pace. So similarly, we need to have a good base of this pharmacovigilance to be acceptable all over the world, in the scientific world. Thank you so much for calling me. Thanks for listening to me.
By Dr. Damle already. So today is preamble.
As we all are aware, today is celebrated as a Constitution Day to commemorate the adoption of Constitution of India. So now the important part of this celebration is reading out the preamble. Now I'll be reading the preamble. Please, everyone, please repeat. Having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens social, economic, and political liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status, and opportunity among all, fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual. Thank you. Let's make the end of this formal inaugural function. So I'll thank everyone. Thank you everyone for being part of this inaugural ceremony and making it successful. Soon we'll be starting with the technical sessions. Laptop.
Whatever activities, okay. Yeah. Oh, no. No, I can still see it. I'll see. I will leave it as it is.
Your data in pen drive, it would be easier to connect. If you have to join a meeting and to this route to. But we have meetings. Audience.
Pen drive, the password.
Okay.
A video. See, it is in Keynote here. Wait, PPT on करो. कौन सी PPT share करो?
Some PDF version which will probably
You have a pen drive?
from my phone. I have in my phone.
Yeah. What is that? Oh, it's slideshow. Slideshow.
I can only this video. PDF in your phone. Animations.
That's what you said directly. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. I would like to extend a hearty welcome to all of you who have joined here now after the session. To those who are online, I would like to convey that we'll start the session in just a few seconds from now. I'm Dr. Shubhashri, coordinator from CRI for Peripheral Pharmacovigilance Center, Bangalore. At the outset, I would like to extend a hearty welcome to DG sir again for this session, as well as the renowned guest, Dr. Lata Damle, and speakers, Dr. Rahman sir, and with respects to the backbone of our institute, Dr. Subhashna madam, and all those who have come from far and near, and those who have joined online. I would like to just give a very brief introduction about the activities happening here at our center. Next. Yes. Next. Okay. To start off with, this program was initiated in 2018, and we have one sanctioned manpower program assistant, and we have been collecting the ADR forms from everyone, and ADR reporting is done from here. The request has been sent to all the Ayurvedic medical colleges to report to us. And the main objectives of this program is basically to develop the mindset of notification, to involve other healthcare professionals and professional associations in monitoring and relay of information. And we also would like to adhere to operational efficiencies for ASHU drugs to have a benchmark for global drug monitoring endeavors. Our activities mainly include IEC activities, reporting misleading ads, ADRs, and conduction of awareness programs, reaching out to physicians, increasing this pharmacovigilance talent by education and training the students also of ASU and H, mainly especially Ayurveda. Now, this reporting system is in 3-tier network. We from pharmacovigilance, peripheral pharmacovigilance centers, we report to intermediary peripheral pharmacovigilance centers. There are 5, and then finally to National Pharmacovigilance Center. This was an outdated 174. I think it has crossed much more now. And we have organized one awareness program like this physically. Then it was the COVID time, so it was all online, and then 6 awareness programs for all the Ayush doctors. And ADR reports we have been regularly sending, and we have sent 6 so far. And misleading advertisements we collect from the newspapers, print media, television, and all these places, and submit to Ministry of Ayush and also the State Drug Licensing Authority with a request to take the necessary action. We have had some poster presentations, paper presentations. We were also awarded the best paper during this seminar, and we have undertaken some surveys. Like, for example, a survey was undertaken, and article is also published on drug usage pattern in rural as well as urban regions. Is it the same or is it different, and what is the difference? A survey on pharmacists was also performed about the knowledge and awareness of pharmacovigilance, and it is also published. Like, do they really get into the details of seeing the expiry date just before dispensing and all this? Just a survey was undertaken. And then a survey was done to observe the self-medication and its side effects by the population during COVID-19 pandemic. As you're all aware, everybody started taking Kada, and they ended up with gastritis and many other complaints. So we documented that also. And it's in press right now, cross-sectional survey to assess the efficacy of home remedies during COVID times from a pharmacovigilance perspective. And we are on the one more ongoing survey, which is going on at present, is a survey among house surgeons to understand the impact of pharmacovigilance programs. We are doing so many programs, but is it really reaching out to the needy ones? That's what we want to understand. Or else we can suggest other better measures. And there are other publications from Ballataka regarding Ballataka, and also the knowledge attitude practice of Ayurveda pharmacists towards pharmacovigilance and ADR reporting. And one more, my other coordinator, Dr. Raghavendra Nayak, has also published other 2 papers, which I was just now mentioning about the surveys. And there is one more from regarding this drug usage pattern among rural and urban population, which I was just mentioning. And along with the DG sir, another project was taken up and 2 papers have been published. This is regarding the survey which was undertaken among 1,746 people in Gujarat. And we have also contributed to the compendium, and 3 articles have been published. And this is the one which I was mentioning about the other 2 papers. About 1,768 participants from various colleges and hospitals were taken, and this is published. And we have submitted a concept note for a proposal also, which didn't work out. Actually, the type, sources, and adverse effects of misleading claims about the use of medicines and home remedies as prophylaxis in COVID-19, a community-based study. What has happened? You might recollect. You may recollect that people were drinking whatever was advertised on TV or print media, and including soap and all, as we have seen from other countries also. So we just wanted to document all that. And we have also received a certificate of appreciation from National Pharmacovigilance Center as one of the best performing institutes. And apart from it, so these are some of the activities that we have been having from the pharmacovigilance perspective. And you please feel free to contact us if you have anything to report to us. The details are given below. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to the next session. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. We will now be beginning with our technical session for the day. So I'd first like to read the biodata of our first speaker, Dr. Lata Damle. Dr. Lata Damle is the founder and chief scientific officer at Atrimed Biotech, Bangalore. Dr. Damle completed her BAMS from Bangalore University and MD Plant Pharmacology from RGUHS, Bangalore. Ma'am also holds a master's degree in drug discovery and development from UCL London. Dr. Damle is trained in clinical and experimental pharmacology under ICMR in GS Medical College, Mumbai. Ma'am has also done an entrepreneurship program from London Business School. Ma'am has over 20 years experience as an Ayurveda practitioner with special expertise in psoriasis, eczema, arthritis, and menstrual disorders. Dr. Damle founded Atrimed Biotech in 2016 with a vision to discover novel and effective therapeutic compounds against a variety of diseases, including inflammatory cytokines, cancer, anti-aging, antimicrobial, and antiviral. She has significantly contributed in the development of natural products with compounds consisting more than 4 lakh unique molecules, and is actively engaged in formulation of therapeutic herbal medicines and cosmetics using novel drug delivery systems. Dr. Damle is a recipient of several awards, including Women Entrepreneur Award by Delhi Management Association in 2020. And ma'am also has several publications to her credit as well. Ma'am, we are delighted to have you with us today. And I'd like to invite ma'am to share her insights on the topic, pharmacovigilant paradigm for Ayurvedic treatment.
Thank you very much for the generous introduction.
This one is not working. Maybe mine.
Morning, everyone. So, I think we are having. Tell you why I actually paradigm. While treating with our Ayurvedic medicines. So this is the paradigm we need to develop to look at each drug interaction whenever we introduce something into the body. I will be talking about the same of bio. So without further ado, let's go with that. Change the lights now.
What's the name?
Can I change
You'll
that?
not. What? It's PPT. You have to change manually. We'll change it.
Oh, dear. Then I can change it there. Yeah, that's good. I can try that.
Audio.
Audio is also not heard. Yes, I can't change. Even so, what can I do? Audio. Maybe you can so that you can look at. No, I don't need to see myself. I want to see the slides.
Slides on right.
Nice.
Yes.
And I want to see the screen also there.
Yeah. Screen. Audio also coming. Yes.
We have started.
Huh?
Audio. Want to start?
Hope everybody can see the slides. page down for the next slide. How do I do? Job this portion. Yeah, and that can be. So let's delve into the subject. So, what is this pharmacovigilance? Basically, it's a science and the active, which is related to medicine and vaccine, of course. We are not talking about any vaccine part here now. So, if you see 4 important aspects, detection. First you have to detect that, for which you have to understand that it happens. Okay, then we can detect it. Then you have to assess. That's assessment actually comes from understanding whether your medicine is causing any problem, then understand that how it is actually causing any issues, then whether we can prevent. Now, whether we can prevent either by reducing our medicine or any interacting medicines given along with that. So, in short, it is what actually, it's a vigil. That's why it is called vigilance. It's a vigil to find out ADRs, adverse drug reactions. So this is definitely the urgent need. Why? Because Ayurveda is going all over the world, and more than ever, people are using Ayurvedic medicines today. Especially after COVID, it has increased very much. So this is a very old data actually, where they have, why I put this data into it. It was a study in USA where they found out that 154,000 people had used Ayurvedic medicines within the past 12 months. So that's important. The time period that they have looked for, not yesterday they have taken or 3 months, what they have taken for 12 months has been assessed. This has a point when you think of drug-drug interaction. So definitely we keep safety above efficacy because we are just caregivers, we are not scaregivers, right? So there is definitely a rational use of, necessary. It could be dravyas or chikitsa like panchakarma. Well, has Ayurveda thought about all this? Do you think? Just tell me, has Ayurveda anywhere? Right. Then why are we actually going and go about saying that this is all safe? I'm not saying this is not safe, but look at their thought and look at their how patient-centric they were when they were talking about medicines. I think you must be knowing about this very popular. I don't want to recite it fully. Yogadapi vesham tikshnam uttamam bheshajam bhavet. With the right dose, even a poison can become a good medicine, or with the wrong dose, even a medicine can become a poison. So it depends on the dosage. It depends on many aspects. There's also a very nice quote told in Ashtanga Hridaya, where it says, when you are treating somebody, treat that disease, but don't give another disease. Look how open-minded they were, how progressive was their thinking at that point of time when they were not really understanding what's happening in the body, but I'm sure they would have seen some kind of drug-drug interactions. This is what they have explained in Viruddha Dravya Prayoga or Vaidya Kriti or Atimatra Dravya Prayoga, Panchakarma Vyapad, right? So definitely Ayurveda had a good. So combination therapy is what we have been using. Why I said combination therapy is, these are the yogas that we use in combination. There are 2 yogas being used, one yoga itself having more than 10 drugs in it. So it's a very complicated subject when it comes to its absorption, metabolism, distribution, elimination. So in this area, I mean, the combination therapy, of course, there can be usefulness. Maybe one is, reducing the toxicity of another drug, but there could be possibility of areas that we need to be aware. When I say combination, this also means combination with allopathic drugs, because today, whoever is, I mean, most of the people are patients actually. You see, everyone they are taking some or the other kind of drugs. So, with allopathic medicines, are we having any drug-to-drug interaction, which is actually, especially for the external body, because when villages, even there people are taking antihypertensives or antidiabetics. So when we add a drug, what can happen actually? Are all the areas that's been monitored or that's been found out or that's been reported? For example, you see reports saying that ashwagandha, the patient was taking ashwagandha who developed thyrotoxicosis, increased T4. Are we all actually, because he's taking a cocktail of medicines in today's world. He's not taking single medicine. So are we actually vindicating all the areas that happens to Ayurveda? Is Ayurveda suffering because of that? We need to think about that. Of course, Ayurveda can definitely have interactions, but are we all putting, all the blame on Ayurveda and Ayurveda is getting some negative impact on that? So, how all areas can come is what we need to know. It could be, of course, the inherent property of the drug. For example, if you are using Allataka or Jayapala, these are the drugs which are, even in Ayurveda, they have told. So these combination things, Ayurveda probably couldn't have thought about it in that time where allopathy was not the mainstream medicine. So it could be also anybody's, any physician's wrong diagnosis, wrong disease, and say that you found an area. That may be the mistake of the physician. But what we need to focus today more, those things are not going in detail. What we need to think more about is herb-drug interaction or drug-drug interaction with allopathic medicines. Because that is the most thing when you get report or when how well you need to record those if you understand the basic principles behind absorption. So for this, let's go a little technical understanding of what happens when you take drug into the body. I call it now drug. I just tell drug now, or the medicine. I'm not talking about anything other than food or nutrients that is needed. So when it is administered, it gets absorbed in the body, absorbed in the intestine, then it gets metabolized. These are the paid for oral drugs. Let me remind you, they are not for intravenous drugs. So it gets metabolized in the liver, comes to the bloodstream, then it goes to the place where it has to act on the drug target, then it gets eliminated from the body. So before it even goes to the target, that is to the blood, it has to get first absorbed, it has to get metabolized. It is found that only 30 to 40% of what oral drug would be gets into the bloodstream. So 60 to 70% of the medicine gets nullified in the either intestinal absorption or in the liver. Why is it happening? Because the body has a different system. Unwanted material come inside. And now I'm not saying all medicines are unwanted, but they have structures which are not chemical structures which are different from your carbohydrates or fats or amino acids. So body doesn't want all of it to go in. So it tries to detoxify it, make it more soluble, make it more metabolized, and throw it off from the body either through feces or renal secretion, urine. So now any drug, it is allopathic, Ayurvedic, or even the caffeine or coffee that you take, even that undergoes the same kind of absorption pattern. So this is where we say PK and PD, pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics. In fact, with the drug-to-drug interaction, we can say pharmacokinetics is what we have to focus on. Pharmacodynamics, basically what pharmacokinetics is, what your body does to the drug. When the drug is given, what does it do? So it gets absorbed, it gets distributed, it goes into the metabolic enzymes, then it gets distributed, then it is eliminated. This is what we call admin. So PK is what body does to the drug, and PD is what drug does to the body. Now, all xenobiotics, irrespective of anything other than food, undergoes this phase. For example, caffeine, curcumin, coumarins, alkaloids. Does it ring your bell? When I say alkaloids, isn't it there in your Ayurvedic medicine? So all of them follow this pattern that we need to be aware of. And the parameters that we need to be aware of in this PK is, this is one popular graph where you can see the gray area is the area under curve, which is the concentration in the blood for any drug. This will be studied, especially when I talk about it is for allopathic medicine. They know the AUC of the drug. That means how much drug. If you see the graph, you can see, and the concentration after a certain time, concentration becomes maximum. And this is where actually the duration of action happens. That's been studied for every drug. Because, again, I go back to the pharmacovigilance paradigms. Whereas for allopathic medicines, before it comes, area curve and concentration. So this particular duration of action happens with this particular concentration. Now, if this increases, if it goes above that level, it starts to show toxic concentration. Causes toxicity. Now, what? Before even reaching the concentration, it was thrown out. What? Then you don't have any effect. So it's called subtherapeutic level. So very important to know is after a certain concentration, it causes toxicity. Below a particular concentration, there is no effect. And there is a time gap needed for it to clear. It should not stay in the body for more than that time. What can happen if it stays more than one? It can produce a toxic effect, or it can even go into off-target effects. It can show off-target effect by entering unwanted tissues. So this you can see in how route of administration also. We are talking about oral drugs here. That's what actually follows this particular. Whereas for intravenous drug, there is a direct our oral drug is the one which is affected by any. It affects the pharmacokinetic ADRs. So why it actually happens? So the PK parameters which are involved in this drug-drug interactions, the main things in that absorption and distribution and elimination are taken care of by something called drug transporters. Whereas metabolism is taken care of. Focus on those important enzymes in the liver. So ultimately, what drug comes to, as I told you, it is the one which managed to get absorbed and survive the metabolism. That's where sometimes the drug needs very high dose. For example, if the drug is working at a microgram or nanogram level, what you're giving or the crocin, whatever you are taking, is in the mg level, milligram level. It is for the same reason. Only 1/10 or 1/20th of the medicine goes into the system. Now, if something happens and more than 20%, then that can cause ADR. And if something happens, it didn't reach even 10%, then you are losing the efficacy. And imagine what happens if this happens to a person who is having hypertension or who is having diabetes. Either his sugar goes uncontrolled or his BP goes uncontrolled, or it can have, suppose a person is taking some antidepressants, he can have overtoxicity. He can have, drowsiness, sleepiness. All these things can be seen as ADR. So when I say drug transporters, these are the membrane-bound proteins that prevent or assist. You can think there are two kinds of drug transporters. Either they can prevent the absorption. No, I don't want to take it into usage. Now this happens to most of the drugs, including medicine. Why toxins don't get don't get absorbed? It's body knows that it's a toxic material, so I'm not going to take it. Even if it gets absorbed, there are some transporters like P-glycoprotein, which is very popular. It throws out. So even if the absorption tries to happen, it is thrown out by this transporter. Whereas similarly, there are some absorption. So one drug, if it has a similar structure, for example, it has the structure of amino acids. It has a acidic group. So if somewhere in your drug it simulates that particular structure, body thinks that it is food and it goes in. These are the substrates, like if you can see solute carriers like OATs, PEPTs, and all these, who actually supply, take in the medicine, the food solutes, take the medicine as well. So this is the strategy what pharmacologists use, to design a drug in allopathy, basically. How we can make its absorption better, how we can make its efflux or throwing it out lesser. For example, just to give you how the body acts, cancer cells. Cancer cells are notorious in growth, and cancer cells have overexpression of this particular P-glycoprotein. They have all over their surface. So whatever the anti-cancer medicine gets in, it throws out. This is what happens with, that's why you get this resistance to anti-cancer drugs. This happens in many areas, or that PGP tries to throw it out. So now, some of the why I mentioned drug-drug interactions with allopathic medicine is combination therapy of any medicines need not be Ayurvedic alone. Even if the patient is taking some allopathic drug, you need to record them for. Otherwise, as I told you, everything will be thinking that Ayurvedic drug is causing this problem. For example, rifampicin, you've all heard about it. It's an anti-tubercular drug. This glycoprotein. So what happens is when you are on how did they find out was patients started getting pregnant after taking oral contraceptives. In spite of taking oral contraceptives, they were becoming pregnant. And when they analyzed, in fact, this was an example when they found out as a pharmacovigilance, not during the market introduction. Because what happens in clinical trials, so we don't allow many, say either OCP is not allowed, there are some patients are not allowed. But when it goes into the market, it is an uncontrolled population. So that's when you can get these informations. So this is when they understood that rifampicin actually is one which increases PGP. Of course, it has. So then they started actually writing on the label that also, but because it can fail. So imagine you think all these from the perspective of your patient. You are seeing the patient, so how when they come out with, because the same thing has happened with St. John's wort. St. John's wort is a herbal medicine. Of course, many of these drug-drug interactions have been studied for Chinese medicine or some other medicine because these are the studies done. So we need to do more studies on this aspect actually. So let's come to that later. So this same thing, if you see there, the fourth point, it says St. John's wort induces PGP expression. How they found out anti-HIV drugs are thrown out of this P-glycoprotein after the patient was doing well with the anti-HIV. Started to have less efficacy of that when they was taking St. John's wort for depression. Even St. John's wort also has a 36-year-old lady conceived. But that's when they found out that this has an inhibitory expression of PGP. And this can happen because St. John's wort is a plant like any other Ayurvedic plant which we use. Okay? So similarly, cholesterol medication. So what, how it is absorbed in the body is, like I said, by the uptake transporters, which will take it into the liver. What cyclosporins? Cyclosporins are the immunosuppressant drugs, and they actually inhibit these OADPs. These transporters are inhibited. Inhibited means they are not allowed to do its work. So what happens is it cannot take in the statins that you are taking along with it, if you have taken. So this, you can see there the indicator. So patient, he doesn't get the efficacy of this one, statin exposure. But in turn, what happens? There is a 10-fold increase of statin exposure to the body. So in the body, it stays the 10 times more than. If you remember that graph, it has gone above the MTC level now. So it has caused myopathy, it has caused very serious rhabdomyolysis. Just imagine in this patient, that patient, because he was taking cyclosporin for some immunosuppressing conditions like maybe it's cancer or arthritis or some kind. By chance, had he used some Google, by chance, had he used something, Ayurvedic medicine, we would say that, think that all the drug interaction was because of that, right? Interaction potential. But we need to understand what actually the patient is taking in total, the cocktail whole. Similarly, I've given some more examples where you can see terpenoids. Terpenoids like citronella, abitic acid, glyceric acid. You know where they are all there. I'm sure you know, right? Terpenoids are there in many of glyceric acid from glycerin. There's so many Ayurvedic medicines that we use have these compounds. So what happens when you are giving them, when you prescribing those medicines, see if the patient is taking any very important drug which can have a, which can induce a problem with this particular property of it. Similarly, diascoria, Varahikanta, it was given with an anti-cancer drug. It actually inhibited. So what cancer drug? PGP tries to throw it down. But what did our Varahikanta do? Leading to a toxic exposure, actually. Because what happens is when they study the pharmacology, they will keep, by the analysis, they know this much only should go. So they will accordingly design the drug so that only this enters the body. Furunocoumarins also in many herbs inhibited this PGP. I've given you already few there. Furunocoumarins are in Umbelliferae, Fabaceae, Rutaceae. So you can think of Ayurvedic drugs which are from these plants, from this family, right? So now coming to the metabolic enzyme, the second part. Of course, these are also present at many places, but the ones which are very important for us is the ones in the liver. So phase 1 and phase 2 metabolism happens in the liver. So almost, body metabolizes most into soluble so that it is thrown either in the feces or in the urine. So this is called biotransformation of drug, and it happens to anything what we eat. You will come to see after. Even apple juice can have this potential. Okay. So majorly, if you see that picture, majority of the drugs or xenobiotics are substrates for cytochrome P450 class of enzymes. We all need to know this. They're termed as CYP enzymes. Okay? Majorly CYP3A4, CYP2D6, CYP1A, CYP2A, CYP2C9, and CYP2C19. If you see that graph, more than 80% of the available. So if whatever you are giving or whatever interacts with these metabolic enzymes, then you can have a possibility of failures. And another important aspect is usually one drug is metabolized not just by one enzyme. If it is substrate for single enzyme, usually the drug discovery program itself to be on the safer side. So here, for example, warfarin. These are the drugs which have very narrow therapeutic window. For example, digoxin, and these are taken for very important problem. Like if it increases warfarin level, I'll tell you later. If it increases the therapeutic window, you can have bleeding problems. By chance, you had taken some Ayurvedic medicines during that time. Well, that can do that. So you have to be very careful what the patient is taking. So recording is very important. So how all mechanisms can happen with metabolizing enzymes? So like two means. External, either it could be an allopathic medicine, exotic juice, or even including caffeine. It can induce the, you have more enzymes now available for metabolism. It makes more enzymes. And or it can inhibit the enzyme. The enzymes don't do that. So what happens then? You can guess by now, right? If for diabetes, sugar goes uncontrolled. If for BP goes very high, because that's a potential loss of efficacy of that particular drug, which he was already taking because of something which we gave, which induced those metabolic enzymes. Actually, it didn't, see, whatever we gave did not increase the BP, remember. We think that, okay, I'm just, for an example, you have given some cough syrup or something, and his tulsi in that induced this enzyme, and the patient's BP went. So what we think, oh, tulsi has the BP increasing quality. What it only did was it induced time. So it made already whatever he is taking faster, and he lost the efficacy of the drug. He or she. I don't want to be gender biased. Okay. So the second possibility is inhibition. So the other drug will not get metabolized at all because you have inhibited those metabolic enzymes by your medicine or whatever you have. So there is a potential safety concern. Toxicity level can go high. And toxic symptoms can be very many. It may not even be, it may be an exaggeration of the effect itself. For example, if warfarin is being taken for as an anticoagulant, you may have an exaggerated effect like hyperbleeding or bruises. But it could be totally different that in statins, when the toxic exposures are more, it entered the muscle, caused rhabdomyolysis and serious myopathy. So all those symptoms what the patient might experience will be put on the drug or whatever you have given. But actually what has happened inside is different. Of course. So here we, in the general word, the victim is the one drug which suffers, and the perpetrator is the one new drug introduced. Participants in these metabolic enzymes can have in individual, even if they don't. Some are ultra metabolizers, some are poor metabolizers by their own genomic issues actually. So let's not go into that. So I'll just give you some examples for induction. Induction means the metabolic enzymes that particular perpetrator drug. Okay. Rifampicin again rules the thing. He's the inducer of CYP3A4. Imagine so many people, especially in our rural setting or even all over India actually we have. So we need to be really careful about this. So similar incidents have been reported with St. John's Wort. So anything when the patient is taking rifampicin, you need to see whether anything that we are introducing new enzymes belonging to CYP3A4 class. How we can do that? Of course, there are methods actually that will come to you. So St. John's Wort, I don't want to go into the total. Induction property like rifampicin, and whatever St. John's Wort has, those similar properties are the that we use in Ayurveda also. So we need to work on those things. Okay, now you can see very interesting. Tobacco smoking can induce CYP1A2. Tobacco smoking, it's not a drug, we are not given. So they found a CYP1, whatever medicines that were being metabolized, or cyclobenzaprine, imiprine, theophylline, which is very commonly taken in asthma patients. Now, this gets metabolized by tobacco smoking because it has induced more enzymes. So, what does it mean? Patient has lots of efficacy of theophylline when he's on tobacco smoking. It was nothing to do with the drug that you gave actually. It was already. So, you needed to record his habits also then. Similarly, alcohol has such induction properties. For some, I have given reference there. You can look through that. So some can now do. Now we talked about inducing those metabolic enzymes, but some can do by inhibition also, like antidepressants, for example. Inhibit CYP2D6, increasing beta blockers bioavailability, causing severe low BP. Now, in so patients' cocktail medication, you need to record. Antidepressants. So we need to see whether it is causing any, if that patient is taking a beta blocker, which is metabolized by the CYP2D6, we need to be careful. Otherwise, these symptoms will be blamed on Ayurvedic medicine that you give. I'm not saying Ayurvedic medicines will not cause the side effect, but it should not give a wrong credit, rather, right? So flavonoids are there in so many Ayurvedic plants, right? Flavonoids is a very common bioactive molecule. This was found to be inhibiting CYP3A4. How did they find out? People who were taking statins for some reasons stopped having effectiveness on their cholesterol. Then they found out they were drinking somewhere. We keep getting now drastically WhatsApp news everywhere. You get new medicines. Drink this juice, that will go on. So they were drinking a lot of grapefruit juice. And grapefruit juice, mind you, it's not a grape juice. Grapefruit is from a citrus. So that juice was actually inhibiting the CYP3. Stay for 4 days, imagine. So whatever the drugs, especially as I told, with the narrow therapeutic windows like anticoagulants, this can really create very bad ADRs. So they tried how I've written there. Some volunteers were given just 1 dose of triazolam with 250 ml juice, and they had already 1.5-fold increase. That is 150% increase in the. So person started feeling drowsiness, more sleepy, but that was not. So what we'll say, grapefruit did that. No, grapefruit didn't do that actually, but grapefruit initiated that response. Similarly, echinacea, cranberry flavonoids. Why echinacea, for example? Again, see, most of these Chinese medicines are being studied. That's why you have those data. Of course, we do have some data on Gugulu and Tulsi, but we have a long way to do that. So cranberry, flavonoids, quinolones, for example. Do you know where quinolones can be present in Veda? Very common. I can't ask you wrong. Was popular during COVID, hydroxychloroquine and Syncona, or it could be that increased the theophylline exposure. Theophylline. Then you can say that there is an interaction. So you have to be careful when you are prescribing such medication. Or if the patient has reported any kind of ADRs. So Mahayogaraja Guru, there was a study which inhibited CYP3A4. So there were instances which I've seen when so with Mahayogaraja Guru, actually statins, the people started having less of efficacy on cholesterol levels. Could be because of, I can't say everything from one incident. It needs to be studied more. Likewise, if you see Trikatu was studied and it did not have any significant inhibitory activity. Similarly, Trimada was studied and was found not to have lot of inhibitory. Shouldn't actually show moderate inhibition on Shuganda was a very popular drug. Now it also depends on dose, concentration, everything. So just understand that this can have a lot more understanding about its pharmacokinetics before even we point on it. Well, as I said, diet also can have drug-to-drug interactions. There was a study where they did fed the rats on cruciferous vegetables like cabbage, broccoli, and sprouts. This induced CYP1A family. Phenacetin again an antipsychotic that showed lower plasma level when it was along with that diet. So you need to record them as well. We know only about cruciferous. Now we don't know what happens if you eat lentil soup, right? We don't know. Do studies on the herbs that we take, on diet that we follow, it has all significant effect on behavior. See, pomegranate juice, it inhibited 3A4, it affected the carbamazepine pharmacovigilance, epilepsy, and many other also now. Imagine if there is no efficacy, you may get into the seizures and many other problems. So that is what pomegranate juice did. But he might have started some Ayurvedic medicines also along with that. We don't know. So that needs to be understood. For example, apple juice reduced the that can have some impact on the medicine what they are taking. Ketoconazole, for example, has. Then now it makes sense when they said for last 12. Similarly, we also have to take what diet medicines he was taking. So this I don't want to go much in detail because of, on the pharmacodynamics also you can have drug interactions like vitamin K containing herbs can antagonize the effect of warfarin. That is, a synergizing effect it can have. 1 + 1 can become 11. Just so. Ayurvedic also again. Hope the time is there. Examples, some which have been studied. Studying these drugs, you need to understand at what dose. So very important. Google extract, when given, gives you a propranolol, which again, garlic with warfarin and aspirin has shown the Bacopa. It increased the warfarin AUC. So Bacopa is Mandukavan. So when there was one actually when I was reading this, somebody had written Bacopa should be it increases bleeding, so it should be avoided. Actually, it didn't increase the bleeding. It only so which caused the bleeding because of the interaction. So Tulsi with anticoagulates, retention, which causes edema. Ashwagandha, I told you, has some impact on thyrotoxicity, causing thyrotoxicity, increased the T4 levels. It is all possible, it is not that when there is effect, there is always side effect. It should be, it is possible that we need not shy away from that. We need to know that, we need to be aware of that, and we need to start work on dosing or whether the other medicine can be withdrawn or changed into another drug which has a different metabolism. Everything is possible. Now, just few food for thought. Can we use this to benefit? Because we have been talking about all some positive effects. Lutein, it's a flavanol in tea. Shatavari. Rutagranules, I think you know that it's called Nagadhani. In that activity by regulating those drug transporters. So many of the times what happens with very toxic drugs like methotrexate, when it is excreted in the kidney, through kidneys, it uses those transporters. So it causes tubular edema. So when those the transporters are inhibited, the toxicity level goes down. So the renal was shown to be less when it was given with resveratrol, which is also found in many of the plants. Malvesi is miltase, nutmeg family. So this reduces the toxicity. So one combination is not that it is going to give. So quercetin is also very popular. Quercetin-like compound is present in many of Ayurvedic. Actually, inhibits, it does inhibit the PGP expression. But what it did is, since we know that it inhibits, it was given with, so that it increased the bioavailability of anti-cancer drug. So it improved when given with that. So all you need is the study. Some more examples for that. Tinospora cordifolia, Gurunchi, extract with cyclophosphamide, which again is a immunosuppressant. It significantly reversed the virus. What it does is, it inhibits, definitely. We have been reading those. But what that enzyme does is, it, that enters our body. It could be carcinogen, dietary carcinogens like nitrosamines or aryl compounds. So it metabolizes to make it more toxic to the body, that particular enzyme. Now, by inhibiting that enzyme, actually, garlic is helping us by making those carcinogens not active and thrown out of the body. So you can think from that perspective also. Likewise, curcumin, when given with metformin, is being beneficial. Ginger with nifedipine has been beneficial. And inductory mechanisms of them. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Xanthone-rich fraction of one particular drug increased the expression by which methotrexate was cleared without causing any edema. So how we can find out is how we can evaluate for any particular herb, or whether there is inductions or inhibitions of this, how it can cause drug interactions. It could be by using insulin co-methods, where we can use structures of bioactive compounds present in using its structure activity relationships. Or you can also use, generally there's one Swiss IB tool which you can use to get a quick idea whether this particular drug can inhibit some of the enzymes or inhibit some, induce some of the enzymes. All this can be studied in vitro and in vivo by giving it along with something called probe drugs. There are few drugs whose pharmacokinetics is well known. When it is given and at different time points, you collect the blood and find out whether it is affecting the bioavailability of the drugs, affected or not. And this is also done in healthy volunteers if they to participate. The probe drugs can be caffeine, because we know the caffeine's bioavailability. So whether our drug can affect the caffeine bioavailability. So this is what that Swiss admin tool I was talking about. If you zoom in, I don't think you can read it for me. So you can. Maybe we can find out. But this is any in silico methods are prediction only. You can't completely trust them. But so this was one study. Samples. This midazolam, when it was given, healthy volunteers got a placebo for 6 days, 2 mg of midazolam on the day 6. Similarly, you gave rifampicin for 6 days, and 2 mg was of 1 dose of medicine was given. And such a bioactive AUC of that particular drug, this much is available for it to be active. So, it can affect the pharmacokinetics of that particular drug. Plasma levels of drugs. So this is what we are coming to the end of it. What you must have realized that recording in detail is the key, because the cause is not just herbs, plants, or Ayurvedic medicines. For example, garlic may have problem in causing bleeding, but tulsi also can have, which it is not its inherent property at all. So, because everything was dependent patient who was taking warfarin, he was not taking, you wouldn't have this DDI at all. So, and this could have also happened with apple juice also in the description. So we need to have a database. Actually, we should start creating a database of patients' records. Of course, with existing records, with well-taken documents, because we have so many institutes, so many Ayurvedic institutes, so many Ayurvedic OPDs. We can do a retrospective whether any medications could have possibly caused TDI. So again, I'll tell you, this is a collective responsibility of the system. It's not, that's when I said pharmacovigilance paradigm, because it is not, in allopathy, the pharma works differently. Like, doctors prescribe, so pharma does. Ayurveda, pharma is just a spin out of graduates from Ayurveda. So we don't have data on whether or classical preparation itself can have any drug-drug interaction. So it should not be vindicative that one particular pharma is, some medicine causes the ADR. Of course, you need to record that. Should not record. You need to record it like this. None of the details should be left. So it is a collective responsibility of institutes, MD students as a part of their some 3,000 to 4,000. So many students are there. We all can do institutes like yours. So of course, government support goes a long way. In fact, government can. So very soon we will have about how Ayurvedic drugs can interact in the body with other regularly taken. So ultimately, record, collate, and disseminate the knowledge, because it will be useful for the whole public, including allopathic doctors at large, because they also have patients who come taking so many herbs and many. So collaborations from colleges, hospitals. Of course, why I said government. So physicians can be trained to report. There can be a system where the patient is sent for this kind of essays. So they should, as I told, become a national project. I'm happy the Ayurvedic doctors also should become part of this. The rich knowledge that we have. Treasure of knowledge that we have is a pride heritage of all Indians, not just. So everybody has to work to make it, more evidence-based and more acceptable. So my takeaway would be, and it could be the inherent property, or it could be a wrong diagnosis. Those have to be ruled out. Wrong preparation, of course, is possible, especially in Rasavsharas. You need to look into that. Or whether you have given high dose of medicine. Also, should be understood that it can affect the PK, pharmacokinetics of other drugs causing DDIs. So good to record all the medicines, the cocktail of medicine that the patient takes in the chronological order. Record, collate, disseminate again. So with this, we can get actually leads on whether that particular medicine can be avoided or more light will fall on this. So that's a big collaborative approach. I'm sure institute like yours can help all pharma should come, pharma academics and physicians and the government bodies should work together to make it happen. We all should come to one platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the participants? Yes.
Yeah. Any questions or welcome? Yes, ma'am, please go ahead. Just fine. Yes.
There any record of, because we do practice, so we are not so much in all these kinds of researches. Or database where we can find this in one place.
No, madam, that is what I was telling. We all need instances, sporadic instances of literature and study here and there, and more for Chinese medicine than Ayurvedic medicine. This should become a priority to make a to be used by anybody at public and to understand the interactions.
Plastic and avoid second food metabolism.
Yes. So many other aspects can induce or inhibit. Only does the same way, like if it inhibits whatever that person was taking, either it or if it induces, it can cause increase in that particular thing. So ask the patient whether he has fasted for some time. Thank you. Oh, anything in the chat box, I can.
Someone is, I think someone is asking for the references for this slide.
So which slide may I know? Some of the references, if you have seen, there are DOI, some references are there. Some I have not put, but you can use those keywords and get the reference. Is this, which one? All of these, if you actually, for example, if Bacopa increase the warfarin or the vincristine, you just type the keywords, you will get those. Because otherwise it is going to consume a lot of my slide space already. Any other questions, please?
Thank you very much for a very informative talk, mesmerizing talk, I should say. I have one question. Sometimes it becomes inevitable that they have a lot of tablets on their palate, like inevitably they have to take. But if not taken together, will it make some difference? Like if Nishamaliki and metformin, we usually advise our patients not to take them together to reduce some extent of drug interaction. But then if going to stay in the body for a long time.
Yes.
And there also there are chances that they can interact.
Positive. Yes.
But do you think the spacing out can reduce to some extent?
I don't think it can actually just, I have seen also. Going to get this up and talk.
Right? Is that?
Any other questions?
Hope I was, I could answer.
In case.
Any question you have, you can always make me and I will.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a detailed and insightful session. I now request Dr. Sulochana Bhatt ma'am and Dr. Shubhashri ma'am to kindly present the memento to Dr. Lata Damle.
That's always the case.
So to all the participants and the online participants, we will be continuing with the second session. So I'd like to introduce the speaker for our second session today, Professor Syed Rahman. So, Professor Syed Rahman sir has joined us today through online mode. We welcome you, sir. Professor Syed Rahman is the Secretary of Society of Pharmacovigilance, India. Sir completed his MBBS in 1995 and MD in 2000 from Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Aligarh Muslim University. Sir received International Postgraduate Research Scholarship to pursue PhD on health medications and lifestyle factors in relation to self-rated memory from Western Sydney University, Australia, and was decorated with the prestigious International Alumni Leadership Award for the same. His field of interest is pharmacovigilance, alternatives to animal testing and traditional medicine. He is the founder, trustee, and co-founder of Ibn Sina Academy of Medieval Medicine and Sciences, Aligarh, which is also recognized as the Center of Excellence by Ministry of Ayush. Sir is a member of many learned educational bodies and is a recipient of several awards like Pharma Ratna Award in Healthcare category, Xavier Young Investigator Award of International Union of Pharmacology, and many more. Sir is the author of 7 books and has published several book chapters and research papers in national and international journals. Sir, we are pleased to have you with us today, and I now request you to kindly share your insights on the topic, safe monitoring of traditional medicine, ethos and practices.
Thank you so much for my introduction. And at the very outset, I would like to thank the organizers who have given me the opportunity to interact with you all. And I would like to also congratulate the Central Ayurvedic Research Institute for organizing such a wonderful workshop come seminar on pharmacovigilance for Ayurvedic doctors. So I heard Dr. Lata Damli's lecture, which was quite interesting, and she elaboratively explained the concept of the pharmacology and how the drugs can interact with the Ayurvedic medicines and may have the adverse effect. So, and I also heard the lecture by Dr. Shubhashri, who has given a very nicely introduction of the achievements at the CARI. So after these two very interesting and the introductory remarks by Professor Ravinarayan Acharya, I would like to share my own experiences related to the safety monitoring of traditional medicine. And this is a topic which is suggested to me, safe monitoring of traditional medicine, ethos and practices. I hope you all can hear me and can also see my slides. Is it okay? Anybody can tell me if I am audible and can see my slides?
Yes,
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. So this is a topic, and you know that WHO started International Drug Monitoring Program for the allopathy system of medicine soon after the tragedy of the thalidomide disaster in 1968. After this, WHO asked the Uppsala Monitoring Center, which was basically working in Sweden as an independent body, to associate with WHO International Drug Monitoring Program. So Uppsala Monitoring Center has become the WHO part in 1968. And before this International Drug Monitoring Program, there was no concept of traditional medicine. So first time in 2002 and 2005, WHO has framed some traditional medicine strategy. Then after this strategy, they decided in the World Health Assembly to include traditional medicine. And that's why at the 56th World Health Assembly, the traditional medicine was also resolved and taken seriously as a part of the International Drug Monitoring Program. Then in WHO medicine strategy for the allopathy system of medicine, they have in that particular book another component which is basically related to the national policies on the traditional medicine and complementary and alternative medicine. Then, as I said, WHO collaborated with the Uppsala Monitoring Center, and they later on decided to include herbal traditional medicine in the National Pharmacovigilance Program. As you know that many countries are the member of the WHO, so automatically they also became the member of the Uppsala Monitoring Center and incorporated the program in their own system of medicine. And then you will also realize that WHO not only published some books and issued guidelines, but also include the herbal medicine in their own programs, which is the in the wiki base, in the database. And they also try to include and frame herbal ATC classification. So it's very difficult at an international level where there are so many traditional systems of medicine, so many herbs are used, and it's difficult to make and compatible with the WHO drug dictionary. So there was a pharmacist, Thomas Farah, who was working in the Uppsala Monitoring Center. He formulated herbal ATC classification, which is very compatible to the WHO drug dictionary. And this herbal ATC classification basically an important step in the international drug monitoring program for the herbal medicine. But unfortunately, this is incomplete, and most of the herbs are still not classified as per the international ATC classification. And these are some guidelines and publications from the Uppsala Monitoring Center as well as from the WHO. And they issued, like, for example, this book is a guidelines in safety of herbal medicine in the pharmacovigilance system. And there's also a guidelines for developing the customer information for proper use of traditional, complementary, and alternative medicine. And another guideline for the good manufacturing practices for herbal medicine. So you can see that WHO, after like in 2005, 2006, they incorporated the herbal medicine as an important component of the International Drug Monitoring Program and issued some guidelines. Then these are other publications. You can see that Journal Guidelines for Methodologies on Research and Evaluation of Traditional Medicine, which was published in 2000. Another important book is Importance of Pharmacovigilance, Safety Monitoring of Medicinal Products. And another third is the Safety Monitoring of Herbal Medicines in Pharmacovigilance Systems. So you can see that all these actually helped in framing the national guidelines, including our own guidelines of the ASU drugs. Then comes to the point. Then, WHO issued a guidelines, and Uppsala Monitoring Center also published some books related to the pharmacovigilance of herbal medicine. Then, why we need this program in India? This is also a question. This herbal vigilance program, as you know, that traditional system in India is very, very old, and we have been using Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani system of medicine for a very long period of time. So there is a need that pharmacovigilance and regulation for these system of medicine should be as important as that of the streamlined medicine or the orthodox medicine. But still, because that's why we organize this type of symposiums and awareness program, because it appears that it has not been taken seriously in some quarters of India. And towards this safety of herbal medication, India is producing such a large number of medicinal plants and the finished products of Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani. So phytotherapy is being increased and is increased continuously. So this phytotherapy system of medicine is very popular in India, and because we have also a separate Ministry of Ayush, which is not so common in European countries and in US or in Australia. But these separate ministries are common where traditional medicine system is in strength, for example, in India. And apart from the Ministry of Ayush, we have National Medicinal Plants Board, which is working since 2000. And this also working on also on the Ayurvedic medicine and not only the other biodiversity and the plants, which are very important for the Indian business. So you can see that we have in this National Medicinal Plant Board some publications which are basically enumerating the medicinal usage in folk and documented some systems in the Ayurvedic system of medicine. If we see the historical perspective, in brief, although senior people might be knowing all these history, but for the junior faculty member, I would like to share that how this herbal pharmacovigilance system in India was started. So first National Symposium on Relevance of Herbal Pharmacovigilance was organized at Jain Medical College, Aligarh Muslim University, which was organized under the guidance of Professor K.C. Singhal, my teacher, and whom I learned this discipline of pharmacovigilance because he was the first person who started this system. Especially, he thought that there should be a importance of herbal pharmacovigilance because he was the WHO collaborating, he was the honorary consultant to the Uppsala Monitoring Center. So he submitted a report with a recommendation that there should be an exclusive national pharmacovigilance program for ASU drugs. Then the Nair Hospital in Mumbai in 2006, soon after this National Symposium on the relevance of herbal pharmacovigilance, Nair Hospital organized a training program as a part of the Update Ayurveda. Then in BHU, Banaras Hindu University, in October 2017, there was a seminar come workshop on safety profile of Ayurvedic dosages, which they submitted to the technical report for the WHO. And this is the milestone when the Jamnagar Institute of Postgraduate and Training and Research in Ayurveda System of Medicine, when they organized a national workshop on pharmacovigilance for Ayurvedic drugs, scope, limitations, and methods in 2007. And in this particular workshop, they came out with the pharmacovigilance cell at IPGT, and also they formulated a reporting form exclusively for the Ayurvedic formulations. So area reporting form was formulated at this particular at this own workshop. And then there was a national consultative meeting for the National Pharmacovigilance Program for Ayurveda at the Ministry of Ayush, New Delhi, in August 2008. Then there was a National Pharmacovigilance Consultative Committee, under whose this National Pharmacovigilance Program was started at the Institute of Postgraduate Teaching and Research at Jamnagar as the National Resource Center and Pharmacovigilance. This way, this program was started in 2008, but then earlier this program was taken at the Jamnagar, but WHO, this was basically the WHO sponsored program, and this continued from 2008 to 2013. And at that time, there was only one national center, which was the National Pharmacovigilance Resource Center at the Jamnagar. And in addition to this, there were 8 regional and 30 peripheral centers. Then they organized several training courses for the coordinators who were working at the peripheral and the regional centers. And the first coordinators meeting was in Jamnagar itself, and then in many cities like in Bhopal and Himachal Pradesh likewise. After this, in 2013, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is playing a role in the monitoring of the streamlined medicine or the modern system of medicine. They also incorporated this Ayush in their program, and they held a meeting at the IPC, and then this program was taken up by the Ministry of Ayush. And at present, you all already know that the All India Institute of Ayurveda at Faridabad, Jamnagar has now become the National Pharmacovigilance Center. And there are around 5 intermediary pharmacovigilance centers, and there are around more than 74 peripheral pharmacovigilance centers. And this Central Ayurveda Research Institute is one of the peripheral pharmacovigilance centers. So this is now in existence, this program, and ayushsuraksha.com is a website where you can see the form, area reporting form, and all the details related to the current national, this is called as PVPI Ayush from 2008. Now, the aim and objective of this pharmacovigilance program for ASU drug is basically to collect, collate, and analyze data for establishing evidence for clinical safety of the ASU and H drugs in a scientific manner by documenting clinical evidence of safety and undertaking. So how we can achieve this aim? There are some certain objectives. So one objective is to inculcate the reporting culture among the consumers as well as ASU and H practitioners. This is very important objective. The foremost objective is to inculcate the reporting culture, then to facilitate documentation and reporting of ADRs. This is the second objective. To facilitate the documentation and reporting instances of misleading advertisements. This is also a very important component as one of the objectives, because it is seen that in Ayurveda and Unani, there are so many misleading advertisements, and which leads to the ADRs or the poor quality led to the ADRs. Then to develop a system-wise database of ADRs for Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, it's very important to have an ADR system-wise. To evolve evidence-based recommendations regarding the clinical safety and to develop evidence-based recommendations regarding improper advertisements and to the regulator for regulatory actions. So if we see that what is the overview of pharmacovigilance at present, especially in relation to the traditional medicine is, we need data. We need data as this one of the objective is to inculcate the awareness and to increase and to get the data in relation to the adverse aggression. So this data basically comes from the spontaneous reporting, which is the voluntary reporting, and physicians are encouraged to report any ADR. Then literature reports and the case reports which are already published, clinical trials, follow-up data, regulatory reports, licensing partners. So all these data then are entered in the database at the All India Institute of Ayurveda or at the IPC. Then we have a data review committee, which basically is responsible for writing signals. So this signal is a restricted publication, which is issued to for the regulatory affairs, and then they decide on the basis of the signal, the output, which is basically which is responsible for amending prescribing information or to change the licensing of for the approved drug, and finally action is taken, whatever decision we take. So there are many challenges, especially in relation to the traditional medicine. So these challenges, issues which could be related to the drugs, issues which are not related to drugs are also many. And that's why the pharmacovigilance for traditional medicine is more difficult as we thought, and if we compare with the modern system of medicine. So these are the challenges. For example, the perception about the qualities of the Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani drugs, because most of the people, they think that the preparations are natural. And these are the drugs which are very cheap and they are nutritious. And so they are not the foreign body, and hence they match the human body physiology, and they have almost no side effects. They are safe, or if they are no side effect, at least they have the less side effect. And there is also countering argument from the traditional practitioners. Whenever some patient reports any ADR, so sometimes physicians counter the argument, and they make these adverse drug effects sensational. And this creates negative impression rather than identifying the cause of the ADR. And second challenge is types of ADR not defined in the traditional system of medicine. As we know that type A ADR are the augmented type of ADRs, which is the pharmacological extension of the reasons of the adverse reaction, which is not there most of the time, and most of the drugs are not type A ADR. Similarly, type D, which is very common in the traditional medicine, delayed type of reactions. Most of the time, these reactions occurs very lately. And so they are considered as a vague complaints or vague symptoms like irritability, depression, fatigue, headache, joint, muscle pain, or the gastrointestinal disturbances. If any patients report these irritability, depression, they are not considered as a type D or type A reactions. And this led to the wide range of apparently unconnected ailments as an abnormal reaction to the ingested material. So they thought that these could be not connected to the administered products. And most of the time, these reactions are dismissed as being of psychological or emotional origin. Then the third challenge is diagnosis of adverse drug reaction, because there are many reasons to diagnose, not to diagnose ADRs, especially with relation to the traditional medicine, because it needs skill and has special interest. So causality assessment committee in relation to the traditional practitioner should be very trained, and so that they can relate the adverse drug reaction with that particular drug. and it's because most of the time the drugs are not used as a single ingredient, so they have a problem. So they should also think about the curing of the ADRs by simply withholding those materials. So sometimes it happens that most of the traditional practitioners, they just withhold their drug as a cure of the ADR, which should not be there as a part of the good practice of the pharmacovigilance. Another challenge in relation to the traditional medicine pharmacovigilance is underreporting. Although underreporting is also common in the streamlined medicine, but this underreporting is more common with the traditional practitioners. And this is because of many reasons, like there is no scientific correlation with most of the traditional medicinal products. So I'm just saying that with most of the traditional products, I'm not saying that all traditional medicine has no scientific correlation. So when there's no correlation, then it's difficult to correlate with this ADR. And likewise, ADR as the pharmacological extension, whether you know that atropine was earlier used to decrease the gastric acidity, but also causes dryness. So this dryness of mouth with the atropine is an extension of the pharmacology of the atropine. So such type of examples should be there with the traditional medicine. And sometimes it happens that before we report any ADRs, patients stop using the traditional medicine whenever they feel well or unwell. So both the modern and Ayush practitioners, they are unaware of the use of herbal medicine. And it's a very common practice that especially the modern practitioners, they lack the knowledge of products being used. And they don't ask even from the patients what else they are using, especially in relation to the traditional medicine. So patient does not consider herbal and nutritional products to be medicines and does not disclose the use of the use. Physician patient unaware that herbal drugs should be reported. So this is also one important thing, because there is an awareness that ADR needs to be reported with a modern medicine. And there is limited use of ADR form. So as I said, ADR form also not available in most of the Ayurvedic colleges or Unani colleges. So physicians, they find difficulty in reporting ADR form. And in the pharmaceutical companies, there should be a reporting culture, especially with the new products or after getting the market authorization. So they need to report periodic safety update, which is not practiced in most of the pharmaceutical companies. And the reason is because, National Pharmacovigilance Program for Ayurvedic System of Medicine was started recently, and hardly it is a 10 years old program. So this awareness has not reached to most of the practitioners. So this is the factors responsible for the underreporting, and reports are not being sent to the National Coordination Center. Then in addition to challenges, we have issues. These issues could be specific or non-specific. So specific means which are related to the traditional medicine. And like, for example, simply ineffectiveness of many traditional medicinal products or the techniques. So this ineffectiveness of many traditional medicinal products, this led to an issue in relation to the traditional medicine. For example, improper use in Ayurveda system of medicine, there should be a proper use of oil massage with proper temperature. So if an oil is not used with proper temperature, this may lead to the ineffectiveness of the traditional medicine. Herbal medicines, as I said, they are chemically very complex because they don't have the isolated single compound. This is also an issue in relation to traditional medicine. And then most of the time, the source of the traditional medicine is herbs. And these herbs are derived from different geographical region. And in these geographical region, the products are not same as from the same climate, same soil, or photoperiod, genotyping of these medicinal plants are also different. And sometimes the parts of the plant, of the same plant, for example, leaves, stems, roots, they are also there. And harvesting time, this is also a reason, and which is especially related to the particular plant. So year, season, time of day, weather conditions. So these are the reasons of not able to specify the adverse effects with relation to traditional medicine. And another important point is a poor quality. So this is also a specific issue with any drug. So poor quality means this could be like, for example, in the form of storage, processing, or extraction. We all know that medicines are prepared with, should be prepared with a standard good, as a part of good manufacturing practices with a standard way. But most of the time, manufacturers, they don't follow the good manufacturing practices and have difficulty. For example, in Unani system of medicine, the kushtas are prepared, and this needs proper manufacturing standard. For example, in bhasmas, also needs proper guidelines, and particularly unlicensed products. And these variation in manufacturing products could be because of lack of knowledge, because most of the people, they are not aware how to prepare kushtas and the bhasm, or there may be error in manufacturing or deliberate intent, or they're not properly following these guidelines. And then another point which was also raised by Dr. Damle, that combination of herbs and these herbs may pose greater risk if it's the combination is irrational and the multiple ingredients are not declared, although there should be a good manufacturing practices. Adulteration is also very common. Adulteration with pharmaceutical drugs or contaminants and above the limit of the heavy metals, pollutants, agrochemicals, and sometimes it makes hue and cry whenever there is and there are reports in the newspaper. For example, in this newspaper, you can see that some American labs found raised heavy metals in the bhasm or kushtas. And so this gives bad impression to the Indian system of medicine because of the not knowledgeable, and because of the shortcut which manufacturers make in preparing the medicines. And these are something, this is a slide which actually I tried from Professor Abhinana Acharya, then quality of drugs and how, especially quality of drugs as a raw source, as a processed source, and for how, and that the source of the traditional medicine are herbs, minerals, and also animals. So in all, for example, in herbs, there's a strict labeling of ingredients, insufficient active ingredients, high levels of impurities, wrong ingredients, no active ingredients. Likewise, for the herbs, there should be a proper processing of the drug manufacturing, storage, collection, cultivation, identification. So all these, if we don't follow the good manufacturing practices or the quality of drugs are poor, then this may also, all these factors may lead to the adverse drug reaction. So we should be aware at any level we are responsible for the ADR, which could be, if we are not following these good quality of manufacturing, then this could be called intentional ADRs. Then there are some other issues. For example, in Unani system of medicine, there is a concept of substitution of drugs, because Unani medicine came from Arab world, and in most of the Arab literature, if a drug is not found in Indian subcontinent, then they have a substitute concept, which in Arabic is known as Abdal al-Adwiya, badal of a drug, of the substitution of drug. So with my teacher, Professor K. Singhal, we wrote a chapter in the Pharmacovigilance update about this own book, which was basically written by Razi, which is popularly known as Razes in the European countries. So this is also a problem. So if substituted drugs is not properly working, then this can also lead to the ADRs. Then, as also mentioned by Dr. Damle, that sometimes we combine drugs with other pathies, and this could also an example of drug interaction. For example, this was a case which we reported very serious adverse reaction interaction of two traditional medicine. So the same patient was using the Unani system of medicine as well as the homeopathy system of medicine. So ruta graveolens is Unani and arsenicum sulfuratum flavum is the homeopathy. So the patient reported loss of hair, hyperpigmented patch, dark colored skin, and marginal repigmentation around the periphery of the white spot. So this is also an example of the if drugs are used with other system of medicine. This is a concept which has already been taken very nicely by Dr. Damle, and about the drug-drug interaction. And she also mentioned that there is a chance of high if one drug is metabolized by the same enzyme, or two drugs are metabolized by the same enzyme, that there is a chances of drug this inhibition or induction of the enzymes, and this leads to the ADRs. For example, and also she also mentioned about the P glycoprotein or the risk when the drugs is not or there is an mutation in the P glycoprotein, or the drug is not properly efflux, or so there is chances of increase in efflux or decrease in influx. And this is all because if we understand the pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic of drug interaction, which is basically already discussed. So this is an example like this drug, Echelia millefolium, basically decrease the efflux, and this Allium sativum increase the efflux. So you can imagine that if one drug is increasing or decreasing the efflux, so it may interact or may change the drug combination. This is also an example again because of the how modern medicines may change its effect. For example, St. John wort is taken with warfarin, so there is a high chance that in the blood there is less amount of warfarin, so there is ineffectiveness of warfarin. Cyclosporine, which is basically the immunosuppressant drug, calcineurin inhibitor. So this also leads to the failure of the response of the cyclosporine. Oral contraceptives, this is already being given, digoxin, theophylline, all these drugs could be affected with the St. John worts. And this St. John wort, although not used in India so commonly, but it's a very common drug in European countries as a antidepressant drug. So there's a dangerous mixing of medicines of Ayush and modern medicine, and you can expect anything. So this is a paper which we published in Australia. We also found that many people don't report and don't tell about the usage of the traditional medicine. For example, in a 266,840 participants, it's a cross-sectional study from the 45 and up study, and we found that 0.3% of the participants were taking St. John worts, and out of this, many people, around 140 people, were reported concurrently using SSRI or SNRI with the St. John wort. So as you can see that serotonin selective reuptake inhibitors, and all they increase the serotonin concentration at the synapse. So, and St. John wort also increases the concentration of serotonin at the synapse. So there is a high chance of serotonin syndrome, which could be fatal. So again, we concluded that in this particular paper that SSRI was concurrently taken by people with St. John worts. And these are some examples these are the herbs, garlic, ginkgo, St. John wort, and they are affecting anticoagulants. Likewise, garlic is affecting hypoglycemic agent. St. John wort again affecting digoxin, and St. John wort oral contraceptives. St. John wort also affecting chemotherapy. So St. John wort is well studied. That's why we have so many reports in relation to the St. John wort. Another very important issue is misidentification of herbs. Again, this was a case which is reported in the Journal of Pharmacovigilance and Drug Safety, was the misidentification. 21 patients basically, when they were asked to bring the drugs which they were consuming, and they brought the drug and trichinicolidase, which is basically grown and cultivated. We also, the people working in the Central Council for Research in Unani Medicine, they have a herbal garden, and they compare this Euphorbia trichinicolidase with the Ruta graveolens. Ruta graveolens is the drug which is commonly given in vitiligo, and these 21 patients were not taking actually Ruta graveolens, they were taking the trichinicolidase, and trichinicolidase was responsible for the ADI because it's a toxic drug in Unani system of medicine. It comes under grade 4, and all the patients were having epistaxis and hematuria. So we did all this causality assessment and found that this was a case of the wrong species or problem of the pharmacognosy. So after the specific issues, there are some non-specific issues to the medicinal plants or medicinal products. And these non-specific issues are the health professionals and consumers. They often ignore important issues like possibility of any adverse event. They don't actually think about these drugs could also pose harm or could also lead to adverse reaction. And there's a, as we discussed, phenomenal growth of the use of herbal medicine. And whenever there is phenomenal growth, then there's a high chance of inadequate regulatory control of these manufacturing and regulatory bodies. Sometimes they have loopholes, and these loopholes are basically exploited by many pharmaceutical companies, including the traditional practitioners. And the high production and consumption, this also leads to the uncontrolled distribution. Sometimes you might have seen that CCRS and CCRM, they have a large distribution of for the free. So most of the time for free distribution, there is a chances of the low quality of the drug. And most of the time, pharmacists should also intervene, like in America or the modern countries or the European countries. Pharmacists has a great role, and they basically intervene during the purchase of the modern system of medicine. So they should also convene during the purchase of herbal over-the-counter drugs, and they should also offer advice. And other non-specific reason is, many countries has indigenous system of medicine. For example, in China, Chinese traditional medicine. Even in India, we have so many traditional practices like Amchi or Suirikpa or Siddha or Unani or Ayurveda. In African countries or in Australia, it's Nankaris or the Aboriginal medicine. And so in addition to these traditional medicine, different traditional medicine, disease patterns are also different. And likewise, prescribing patterns are also different. And in addition to these two, there's a genetics dietary change in different countries. For example, Mediterranean countries have Mediterranean diet. Lifestyle is also different. So, for example, in India, we have some certain lifestyle diseases. Then legal status and approval mechanisms of the herbal medicine, this also varies country to country. For example, in America, you cannot sell Ayurveda medicine only as a food product. They are sold. In Australia, all our products, they are sold as the food products. So legal status is also very important. And sometimes we do aggressive marketing of herbal medicines, and they are sometimes sold as food supplements or botanicals. And direct to consumer advertising is also becoming very common, especially through internet. So through internet, we can also directly sell our products to the consumers. And some are available as the over-the-counter drugs. Likewise, in the modern system of medicine, self-medication is very, very common in relation to the traditional medicine. So these issues arise whenever we don't follow the guidelines. For example, we all have national formularies, good manufacturing practices, and different pharmacopoeias for the Unani, for the Ayurveda, for the Siddha. And in addition, there should be an optimal use of drug budget and health services so that we can improve the standards and safe use of the medicine, including the devoid of ADRs. And again, you already know that traditional medicine, they are being used since ages. So most of the time, they don't require clinical trials or the comparison with a standard drug. Although whenever we try to do the clinical trial, there should be the standard from the own system of medicine, ethical limitations. All these are the responsible for generating the evidence. And also sometimes if we try to change the formulation of the Unani or the Ayurvedic system of medicine, for example, we want to have chewable tablets. So we need to have the trial or practices, and especially if a drug is used for parenteral or internal use. Uh, Unqualified practice with the quackery is also common, and you might have seen so many street quacks who are selling anti-stress drugs, anti-diabetic drugs, aphrodisiacs, memory tonic, and so this all become an gambit. So it's sort of because of these people, the trained practitioners, if they want, they cannot do anything if we increase the unqualified practitioners. Then you know that in both Ayurveda and Unani system of medicine, medical devices are used, and for example, the metals are frequently polished and die cast to avoid direct contact of herbs with metals, and these are called magical balls in the Europe. But this is something which need to be aware. For example, when we grind drugs, especially to make a powder, and when we use kharal, mortar, and pestle, then there's a chances of adulteration with these equipment. So, you know, especially these are very important when these mortar and pestles are made up of different stones, like for example, marble or black stone or quartz. And these are very important to select these mortar and pestle. In Unani, there are separate books for this topic. And for example, when we make medicines which are jewel based, so they are hard, so they need a strong or the stone which cannot be which cannot be which cannot come as a part of the stones. So, for example, as I said, medical jewels are used to prepare medicine. So they need stones like simak. So simak is a stone which is very precious and is used for the hard medicines. So soft stones can be used for making soft medicine, and hard stones for the hard medicine. So like jawharat are used, and so we need to have different mortar and pestle. So this should be discussed in detail. Likewise, we also try to most of you are aware that in addition to pharmacovigilance program, there is also a material vigilance program of India. And now people are also looking at this important program from the Ayurvedic angle. And as modern medical equipments are classified as Class A, Class B, Class C. So likewise, we can also classify some Ayurvedic instruments and Unani, for example, Shodhara tables can become under Class A. Some Ayurveda yantra, they can come in Class B. For example, these needles which are used for the moxibustion, or so for example, Shar Sutra, they can come in Class C, and some instruments or needles can come in Class D. So this was published in 2020. But in this paper, we discussed almost all medical devices in relation to the Ayurveda system of medicine. and try to classify all Ayurvedic medical equipment into class A, class B, and class C, and how we can incorporate the Ayurveda medical equipments in the Material Vigilance Program of India. So in addition to the pharmacovigilance program for ASU drugs, we are also coming closer to the Material Vigilance Program for the Ayurveda and Siddha Irani drugs. Then ground realities like how to recognize herbal ADR, again, which is very important, and where should be reported. Still, it's not in many people aware that what should be reported, how to report, who should report, and that's why we organize such type of symposium. And I hope that after the lunch, we have a specific session. Dr. Shubhashri and Dr. Raghavendra, they will tell more about the participants about the reporting system and how to make a causality. Although causality assessment is, I always say that causality assessment should be done exclusively, or should be, the criteria should be different with the traditional practices or traditional medicine. Then ultimately communication is very important. After all these data, this communication should be very clear and concise and accurate. Especially we need to communicate to address, to change the mindset of both patients and professionals, to dispel the belief which is inconsistent with herbs. Patients think that herbal medicines are safe and natural. So we need to tell them that all herbs are not safe. They may pose harm. Similarly, physicians consider their knowledge sufficient. So they should also be told that we need continuous medical education, and how traditional medicine may pose harm to the patient. So it should be, although this is inconsistent with modern therapy. And again, as in most of the medical colleges in India, we have pharmacovigilance cell or pharmacovigilance committee. So again, all Ayush colleges should have a pharmacovigilance cell, which should be a part of the Central Council of Indian Medicine. And this pharmacovigilance discipline should be a part of the undergraduate and postgraduate, like we have the National Medical Commission has asked all medical colleges should incorporate pharmacovigilance discipline as a part of curriculum. So again, long time back in 2002, WHO has asked us to, when people were not working on pharmacovigilance in relation to the traditional medicine, basically, as I said, Professor K.C. Singhal was the WHO honorary consultant, and the people from Uppsala Monitoring Center had asked us to write something about this discipline. And in this own paper, we discussed varied reasons, as I have mentioned just now, both specific and non-specific issues, and the challenges for the ADRs in contact with the herbal medicine. And now, a good thing is people have realized and they should come up. So now I'm coming to the closure of the lack of time. But
okay.
Just
a gentle reminder, sir.
Yes, I'm trying to
Maybe 5-10
conclude. Sorry? Sorry?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
5-10 minutes. Conclude.
Okay, so I'm trying to finish. So this is not important, but I would like to tell that herbs are being reported as ADR in different countries. Even if you see the in the Uppsala Monitoring Center and the UK, there is a reporting culture, and they are also reported in our own National Coordination Center. So people are now publishing papers, and these are some contaminants which are responsible for the ADRs. So again, there's no need, but mycotoxins, they are very important, which is responsible for the ADRs. So these are some more examples, and with the plants which are responsible for the ADRs. And so what are the factors that lead to decrease of ADRs? So whatever issues and challenges we discussed, if we know and have understanding, then this may lead to the decrease in ADR. So there should be a standard treatment guidelines also for the herbal medicines, and publications like national formularies or pharmacopoeias, they should be discussed, and we need to have the awareness among physicians, dissemination of information, broadening reporting scheme, concept, and evidence. And as I said, ATC classification is also very important, which has not been taken up seriously by Indian, especially Ayurvedic practitioners. And in the drugs and cosmetic rules, now we have, earlier we have the natural preservatives and sweeteners. Now we have included, permitted the use of the synthetic. So, these preservatives, sweeteners, they can also be responsible for the ADR. So they are called, they are the excipients-induced ADR, excipients-induced ADR. So these are the potential risk modifiers, as we discussed just now. And we need to identify the risk, assess the risk, monitoring the risk. And now the good thing is we are now progressing, and we have so many awareness programs. We are now promoting safe and proper use. Standard guidelines are there. We have drug information centers, and many. And good thing is we have now a separate program for the pharmacovigilance of the ASU drugs. So now this pharmacovigilance discipline, which was basically taken up to monitor ADRs of the drugs which are used in therapeutic doses or normal uses, it has been increased to the other health products, including herbs. And this led to the creation of multiple vigilance systems. For example, we have human pharmacovigilance, likewise we have animal pharmacovigilance, and it's human pharmacovigilance because the extension of this discipline, now we have vaccine vigilance, especially the COVID-19, we have seen the adverse effect following immunization. Bio products are also there, so biovigilance, hemovigilance, meteovigilance, nutraceuticals also responsible for the needs monitoring, so nutravigilance, ecopharmacovigilance, herbal vigilance, cosmetovigilance. So these are the other things which are coming up, and International Society of Pharmacovigilance has made a special interest group on these particular areas. So I would like to summarize that pharmacovigilance is a vital responsibility for all the healthcare products, and the ultimate goal of pharmacovigilance is safe and proper use of effective medicines, including the Ayush. And herbal medicine situation is different from that of conventional drugs. So all Ayurvedic practitioners should not follow blindly and adopt the pharmacovigilance strategies or methodologies as such. So they need to develop their own like causality assessment, and with some modification to address the specific differences of herbal medicine. So there is a way to go forward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. So I would love if there is any question, and I'll try to answer.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions from the audience? And our participants online can also post their questions in the chat box. Any questions from the audience? Okay. I think in chat box also, I think there is. We'll wait for a minute also.
All right, okay.
Yeah, no, sir, we'll be able to see you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
you.
for the very lecture. We are very sorry that we had to skip off some of them due to paucity of time.
No,
sir,
it's okay, because I can also understand. Yes.
I have one question. Sir, I have one question. We have so far given many instances where many of the allopathic drugs interacting with drugs from Ayurveda have been cited. The same, some of the examples have been given by Dr. Lata also, and we get good number of examples. Since you started off with Unani medicines in between, I have not come across many. Have you come across any such instances where there is a recording or where any papers are published? Because we have more of data regarding drug interactions with allopathic drugs or the herbal drugs as such, but not specifically in between this ASU. Like somebody may be taking Unani or Siddha medicine and that interacting, because everything is considered to be herbal or so-called safe. Have you come across any such instances? They're muted, I think. Sir, please unmute.
Sorry. So what I was saying is, for example, from the Ayurveda system of medicine, two drugs are from the same system. I haven't come across any papers related to drug interaction of the same system of medicine. There are papers, as Dr. Damle also shared, chances of herbal drugs with modern system of medicine, but seriously, nobody has ever worked in modern system of medicine. There are so many examples of the drug interaction of the same system of medicine, like enzyme inducers or enzyme inhibition or enzyme stimulants. And there are also examples of the herbs with the modern system of medicine, but no examples I came across with these among the same system of medicine. Although there are drug interaction, as I also quoted one Unani and one homeopathic system of medicine, but two medicine from the homeopathic system haven't shown any drug interaction. This I am not aware. I'm not sure. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Across. Just 1 second, sir.
Yeah, sure. I'll be happy.
Wait a minute.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful experiences and sharing your knowledge with us. See, now, with any system of medicine, even the food, what we consume every day, and the herbs in diet will have reaction with each other, either active principles.
Sorry, you're not clear. Can you please repeat? So you're talking about the food products?
Okay.
You're not audible?
Yeah. I'll repeat, sir. Sir.
So I'll
Yes.
repeat the question. As we were discussing, the chemicals present in any formulations or medicines will react with each other. Right, sir?
Not clear, sorry.
Voice is not audible, sir.
No, your voice is audible, but I missed the point which you want to ask. Can you please repeat?
Any chemical formulation, any drug or the chemicals present in it will react with each other. Right, sir?
Can you write your question in the chat box? Sorry.
Okay, sir. Yeah, I'll write. Okay, thank you, sir.
Can anybody write question from her behalf if I am not clear?
Yes, sir.
Sorry for this technical problems. Most of the time it happens that we don't, the voice is not clear.
Yes, sir.
So after this session, you all have a lunch break. So still we have
Yes.
time. So in between you can have lunch and we can discuss also.
They are posting the questions, sir.
All right. Okay. Yes, I'm here.
Yes, sir.
So Dr. Raghavan Naik is participating from the CRI or he is also online?
Online, sir, online.
So
From
Dr.
Delhi.
Ravindra is also online. Okay.
Yes, sir. So the question is there. Any drug with active principle can interact with food we eat every day. How can we ascertain interaction between food and drug?
All right. So in modern medicine, you know that drugs sometimes are taken in an empty stomach and sometimes after food. So this is actually we do bioequivalence studies also with fed conditions and in the like not with food. So I haven't seen any example with the traditional medicine again, which interacts with the food. But there are many examples of drug interaction from the modern system of medicine which interacts with food. For example, you have seen that tetracycline, which is an important antibiotic, this should not be consumed with milk. So because it chelates with the calcium ions, which is present in the milk. And this makes the insoluble complexes and tetracycline is not able to absorb. So there are many examples. I've given only one example, but from the traditional medicine, I haven't seen any example which interacts with food and in both in United States of Medicine and Ayurveda, because they work with the temperament of our body. So there is like very little chances of interaction with food if the drug is taken properly.
Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I want to say is, from the modern medicine, we have several examples which interact with food, which we eat every day. As I have given an example of tetracycline, but I haven't seen any example of the traditional medicine which interacts with food. And Dr. Damle has mentioned about the various efflux system and also certain enzymes. And these drugs from the more traditional medicine, they are not studied thoroughly about the enzyme induction or enzyme stimulant. So we are not sure which drug from the traditional medicine stimulate which metabolizing enzyme or inhibiting, like for example, she has given an example of smoking, which is the enzyme stimulant. She has given an example of rifampicin, which is responsible for the failure of oral contraceptives. So these are the examples from the modern system of medicine. Even she has not shown any example. If I missed, I don't know, but which is basically interacting with the food or the medicine from the traditional medicine, which interacting with the food. I hope answer will be clear.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for such a valuable session and taking out time for enlightening us with the aspects of pharmacovigilance and drug-herb reaction and drug-food interaction. Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure listening to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Visit? Visit? Lunch? Lunch? For all the online participants, we'll join back at 2:30 for the afternoon session, in which we have two speakers, Dr. Shubha Shri Emin and Dr. Raghavendra Nair. Thank you for joining.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all for today's second session of Pharmacovigilance Awareness Program. It's my privilege to introduce our eminent in-house speaker, Dr. Subhashri M.N. Ma'am is currently working as Research Officer, Scientist 2 at CRI Bengaluru. She holds her Master's degree in Dravyaguna from JAMC Bangalore. To her credit, she has 2 gold medals and Anand Alva Memorial Prize from Bangalore University. Ma'am has vast experience in the teaching. She has published more than 50 scientific papers at national and international peer-reviewed research journals and has delivered around 75 guest lectures in various seminars and workshops. Ma'am has completed various research projects and is currently working on a prestigious international project, AMRA, as a principal investigator and also coordinates pharmacovigilance program. Monitoring officer and coordinator for various projects funded by CCRS and the Ministry of Ayush. She is also a member of multiple committees. With this brief introduction, I welcome you, ma'am, to deliver a guest lecture on the topic Pharmacovigilance and Ayurveda, a clinical perspective.
I just want your help, Rajendra. Yeah. Wait. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tejaswini. No, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to this afternoon session, as well as most challenging time for the speaker, and especially after you have gone down to the hospital. Hope it was good. Okay. Maybe you may find that this has been a repetition because we have not interacted, but we are from the same school. Actually, I should admit honestly that she was also one of my mentors during my UG and PG times. So maybe you will find some repetitions also in whatever I want to convey to you now. But all that I wanted to say is, especially first our target was house surgeons, because ultimately not everybody will land up in PG or becoming a teacher. When you are a teacher, you will be frequently exposed to these concepts of pharmacovigilance and all that. But it at the same time, it also doesn't mean that just because you have done PG, you will have much upper hand, because there are so many aspects of pharmacovigilance that maybe it's about areas. There are so many things that we should get to know. And now that maybe when you're listening to this for the second time, it has to be just understood that the emphasis is more. And the onus especially on the physicians, because whatever you teach or do, ultimately that should be useful for the patient. So you should have that. It's something like I see what the mind knows. So if you are aware of this, then next time when you're writing Gugulo, especially that happens with me, because whenever we write that Gugulo in the prescription, since we have talked about it so much, then immediately I think whether I should be really repeating this, or should I give any alternate substitute, or else should I give a gap? So it is just that we want all the physicians. That's why I have just taken this from a clinical perspective. And maybe there will be some repetitions also with the examples. Okay, so the first and foremost thing that when it comes to the goals of pharmacovigilance, it's mainly for the patient care. We are more than any rules and regulations. It's just about the patient care and the rational use of Ayurvedic drugs. I mean, drugs as such. But then the first thing that comes to our mind whenever we say in Ayurveda is there a reference? As Dr. Lata was mentioning, do you need this? No. Is it essential or I can reach out? Okay. So as Dr. Lata was also mentioning, maybe we have not come across exactly the same word pharmacovigilance, but that spirit is very vibrant in the whole of the text. Like there are various references. I've just taken 3 or 4. Prayoga, this I think is the most beautiful one because Prayoga Shamaye Vyadim Ekam Yo Anyam Udirayet. Okay, Naso Vishuddha Shuddhastu Shamayedyo Na Kopayet. What happened when there was last year, Dr. Lata Damle was remembering about the Omicron variant and there were COVID times. You've heard about that black fungus. So what was it actually? Just because they were treated with corticosteroids, instead of just controlling one, it led to another one. And everybody knew that was controlled later. But then the main aim of the treatment is reduce this, but if it's not possible, at least it should not lead to something else, some other problem as such. And then yoga, the Visham Tikshnam, all that, I think many of them are teachers here, so there is no need to repeat all that. So why is this vigilance needed, especially pharmacovigilance? But this is the era of medical pluralism. And pluralism, now that we are coming towards the integrative medicine. We are coming towards one health and actually there should be one system of medicine which includes everything. See, we have this integrative medicine centers opened in All India Medical Institute and NIMHANS and all such things. I mean, all big places where one disease or one patient is seen by doctors from various fields. I mean, allopathic, Ayurvedic, yoga, and finally they come to one conclusion that all this together should be given as a package instead of just fighting amongst ourselves. So this is an era of medical pluralism and then self-medication. We all know that today morning also it was being discussed that WhatsApp messages and neighbors talking, I use this oil, it gives immense relief, and that goes on continuing, that too, especially without consultation. That is somehow been the fancy here, that without consultations, that's the first approach. And then when it doesn't subside, it will go. Then OTC drugs, proprietary medicines, and especially the idiot syndrome. The first thing is Google and find out internet-derived information obstructing treatment. This was the term which emerged during this COVID times. And then misleading advertisements. I don't know, maybe it's my experience or maybe you would have also experienced. Whoever comes to our OPD would have known, pardon me, I'm not targeting any company. It's just that I'm familiar with the patients telling to me they use more of Orthoplus than our Karpuradi Taila, because Karpuradi Taila doesn't get such a wide publicity from our side. So it's not about one particular medicine, but many such advertisements. And then, so now there are 2 categories. One is that Ayurvedic medicines are, one is classical Ayurvedic medicine, Purjarishta, Chandraprabhavati. But how many of us are really aware of Vettumaran pill, Vidalveradi Kashaya, and then especially when it comes to the medicines from Kottakkal, Ayurveda Pharmacy, many such places, not all from Bangalore or Nagpur would be familiar with those things. We'll have our own set of medications. So we had an instance when this Bakuchi, Avalgujadi Lepa, and then there is one more, no, Avalgujadi. No. Bakuji usually is known for the ADRs, but then there is one such formulation in Ayurveda Pharmacy, Avalguja Bija Churna, no, Bija Lepa itself, and then one of them contains Manashila. Okay, unless that Lepa is mentioned, just because you know that it contains Bakuchi, it cannot be given for internal administration, I mean oral administration. And then there are patent and proprietary formulations. Now, if you ask me, now I'm totally into this practice and I don't get to meet these representatives, I may not be able to know about all that also. Then there are hundreds of books describing hundreds of Ayurvedic medication, which contains another 10,000 recipes. And Dr. Lata was also mentioning that each one contains maybe 35 or plus, 10 plus. So there are so many challenges here. And there is a huge informal sector also. So there is quite, I mean, the laws there are so many things. Now, mainly, this is something which we come across, and everybody comes across during your practice, especially when it comes to senior citizens. Dr. Lata was mentioning 35 and above. There can be many of them even in the cities who will be taking medicines. But here, especially when we come across senior citizens, and that too who have come to us with diabetes, you have 1 or 2, then hypertension, again 1 or 2, then vitamins to compensate, then hypolipidemics, then painkillers in case they come, I mean, they have some injury or something, and then to counteract that, antacids, plus any others, I don't know. So you have more something like more in the on the palate where as medicines than as food there. And then most of them come here because they are tired, because I don't know, now that this is an eye opener, so many interactions could happen. And then Sarpagandha, for example, this is the most widely used Ayurvedic hypertensive, and alcohol interacts with the Sarpagandha. Today, Dr. Lata was mentioning about 1 + 1 = 11. I have added 2 here. Okay, so what happens is, this is simple logic, I mean, based on addition or subtraction. So alcohol interacts with Sarpagandha, it is 1 + 1. Then Lanox, in the same example even she was giving, okay, helps the heartbeat more strongly, and Sarpagandha seems to slow the heartbeat. Okay, so then it becomes 1 - 1. And then there are, whenever I talk about Bugulu, especially because we have been focusing so much on Bugulu, that's why whenever we sit in OPD, that comes to our mind. The patient is advised, we don't really bother to tell them about so many things as apatya. Especially you may tell 1 or 2 things, what to take, what not to take. Avoid items from the fridge in case there is amamata and such things, but then not kavarga as such. So, and then this terminalia chebula, again, it has to be avoided in pregnancy. There are so many instances where, so it's something like either they are friends or they could be fighting against one another. Then we have this herbal formulations marketed under the label of Ayurvedic. I was really surprised. This is my personal experience. My brother-in-law came to me that I was giving some vitamin D syrup and then that contains all this. He actually purchased it for the sake of vitamin D. And then the other things like different 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tulsis are mentioned along with this. And so they were really confused whether to go ahead or to think about. So there are so many, as I said earlier, there are so many things. But now at this stage, we get confused. Is it a side effect? It is an adverse effect or adverse event? What to report and what not to report. Now, for example, adverse drug reactions, you give Bugulu to everyone, but not everyone will come back to you with rashes. Okay, so in such cases only you will be reporting it to us. Now, everybody takes, I mean, not everybody, those who have pain may take ibuprofen or any painkiller, and NSAIDs are known for its irritant, gastric irritant action. So that will be a side effect. Okay. And then serious adverse event is something wherein there is life-threatening. When you give Bakuchi, you should specifically tell them, I mean, most of you are well-versed, you are practitioners, so you must be knowing, but to use it very, very, very carefully. Instead of applying it very little, if it is liberally applied, then they may end up with all such pustules and all that. And we had also come across where they were thinking that we were very stingy in giving medicines because we give very less medicines, and they have liberally applied. And then that Friday it had happened, and then Saturday was the second Saturday they went to hospital, got the corticosteroids, and then came to us. But then with Jatiyaditela, it was subsided. So then we told them to be very cautious with Bakuchi application. So that's one thing. And then adverse events may not be as serious as adverse drug reactions. And especially in cases of clinical trials, we have all these formalities. We have to inform our drug safety monitoring board, and ethical committee has to be informed and all that. But when it comes to the OPD level, now that it has to be recorded. And so there are A, B, C, D, E, F of this, whether it's related to drug action or the patient reaction or continuous usage. Now that somebody says, your neighbor says, oh, that is good. And that is good just because it is good, it will be continued for months together. And this happened in case of COVID times when Shunti Kashaya is good or Tulsi is good. So the good comes with brackets. Good for how long is never mentioned anywhere. So that was being continued for a long time, and it finally ended up with so many other unwanted effects also. And delayed. Many times it may not be immediate. One of them, one of our friends among one circle, she asked me which drug is, which oil is good for hair. And I told her that we have Durvadi Tela here. And she, the next day she has applied Durvadi Tela. And then her daughter has got rashes. And she immediately called me, Durvadi Tela has led to rashes. I was surprised initially that Durvadi Tela I have not come across. And that too, I have not seen her daughter. It is just that as a general advice, the Durvadi Tela we use here, it's good. But then I asked her to send the photos. And it was on the hands. I was wondering how that, and that too, both the sides. If it is applied on the head, then is it reacting here? Then I asked her, what did she have the previous day? They were giving me the examples of mushroom. And mushroom is one which usually mushroom, fish, and all these things are the ones which you have to first rule out before you really come. Today, Dr. Lata was mentioning the same thing. First thing is Ayurvedic medicine, because that has led to rashes. And actually, they themselves confirmed that later on, when I interacted with them, that after eating that only, she might have got it. So they themselves admitted that. So it's not only because of Ayurvedic medicines all the time. And then it may be ineffective treatment also. Again, see, there are so many concepts. Prakriti comes into picture. You cannot tolerate, especially Pitta Prakriti cannot tolerate Pippaliyala, Maricha. Though it might be a very good medicine, they cannot tolerate. And if you say it is ADR, it's all well mentioned. And there was one more interaction with the lab, where I had gone for inspection for some other context, and they were complaining that Indravaruni, they were testing about Indravaruni, and they said it is giving a lot of complications. They were testing the anti-inflammatory effect. And they also said that that is leading to purgation. But then Indravaruni itself is mentioned as Rechika here in our textbooks, and you are just testing only for anti-inflammatory action. But this is what is already mentioned. So it is not a side effect. It is actually what it is indicated for. So it depends on the perspectives. And why these drug interactions are important? Because one drug altering the absorption. Today morning she has given enough beautiful explanations that altering the absorption, distribution, metabolism, or elimination of other drug. And the concentration of drug at its site is altered by the type of interactions. Now, one most important example is aloe vera. Aloe vera people consume without talking to you, without your advice. Just because it is good, you cut that pulp, add some turmeric, apply it on the head, or else ingestion also. Ingestion is more important. Externally, okay, we are not bothered, because this reduces the intestinal transit time of orally administered drugs. Suppose your drug is acting in a particular time. Now, that is the most important time when this has to be absorbed. If that is hastened, then the absorption may not happen at all. Okay, so that is most important. And then one of the popular acidity drug has cancer-causing substances. Now, why I'm talking specifically about this? B12 deficiency can lead to anemia, dementia, neurological damage, and many other problems. But drugs that affect acidity, acid production like H2 blockers and proton pump inhibitors may affect this. What happens? As soon as the patient comes to you, I'm feeling tired. Then first thing is Pandu. Then rule out one by one. But then we don't really bother to ask about the ones which are causing this. These things are also to be kept in mind, because I have been conveying this to many people here many times, that whenever your patients are taking metformin, and this has been my experience also, that if there is some GIT disturbances, then we immediately think of one is Anaha, Atopa, Ajirna, and all that. But there could be some other drugs, because these days we come across many people or many diabetics and who are on metformin also. So you will be thinking about Pandu, the medicine for Pandu, or could be tiredness, so Ashwagandha, or Draksharishta or Drakshasava. But then the cause could be somewhere else. And there has been a habit that they have, most people will be on pantoprazole or Rantac these days, not many, but pantoprazole, it will be continuously taken for days together. So that's one. And then this evaluation of Daurbalya, that's what I meant by clinical perspective, that you will be thinking about diabetes or the history of COVID and diarrhea or hypotension. What has caused this? But there could be the drugs also. Then see, these are some of the side effects mentioned for metformin, the dizziness and muscle pain, especially muscle pain. First thing is to evaluate whether they have really come for Panchakarma treatment or is it really the muscle pain, the tiredness especially, because most of the people, especially for Ayurvedic clinics, when they approach tiredness, and this is really confusing unless the reason is known. And as I said earlier, the weight gain. We usually think of Stula Pramehi, Balavan hi ekaha. Okay, but weight gain is caused by insulin treatment and is influenced by the level of initial glycemic control, treatment of that, and duration of insulin therapy. There are so many. It's not that Stula Pramehi, Balavan hi ekaha, but it could have led to that. This insulin therapy could have led to that obesity also. Insulin regimen and then combination of oral agents concomitantly used. Now, there are papers. Where are we now? Is it that we are listening to this first time? No, there are so many research papers published regarding this interaction of aqueous extract of methi along with this hypoglycemic drugs. Okay, and the interactions of this. Now, coming to the adverse drug reactions. It could be the known side effect, as you can see here. Only in the first level, they didn't come across whatever, nothing was visible when on the move they have developed. That's what it says. See, so many anti-cancerous drugs we come across, but then practically we don't have many. So the same way, one is so known side effects, as it is already mentioned in Haritaki, you have to be careful when you are giving it to pregnant women. And Ardraka, now most of you would have also experienced this during COVID times, that many people continued taking Shunti Kashaya and then they ended up with gastritis and all that. And also there has been a practice of giving the Sobhagya Shunti during postpartum. And again, you have to see the Prakriti there, otherwise they cannot tolerate. They end up in menorrhagia many times. And Gugulo and also the Lashuna. I think the reasons were explained beautifully in the morning session for Lashuna also. And then Panchakarma related errors. There could be procedural errors, dosage errors, or the post-therapy regimen. I share this with almost every batch. This Nasya, after Nasya, unless you advise, especially when they come here, unless it is conveyed to them, nobody wears a sweater. And especially after treatment, if they are exposed to this cold weather in this area, then they land up with more problems instead of getting it relieved. And we also had an experience where we told them not to eat anything after Vamana, and they didn't eat any of the South Indian foods. They were from outside India, and they just ate pizza. And then they ended up with some other complication. So unless it is conveyed to them, it is bound to have some or the other errors. And Parihara Kala, and what to eat, what not to eat. I think we also had another instance where in one of the clinical trials, I just remember seeing her, that we had very clearly told the patients who were participating in one of the clinical trial regarding diabetes, not to eat sugar, not to eat jaggery and all that. But then it was constantly rising. Then we came to know that it was Ramzan time. And then they were eating dates, because we didn't specifically mention dates. So errors can happen anywhere. And then we also have a list of all this mentioned in the classics, that Virechana, unless it is performed very carefully, it may result in fissure in or rectal prolapse, dehydration. And you know all this list, so I'm not going through details of all that. Please remind me if I'm exceeding. Okay. So there are many such examples of already published data. Dermatitis for Dhanvantram Tela. We also had an experience with Eladi Tela, and we were really surprised. Eladi Tela is given as a soothing agent, but we had that. And then the medication errors, MG, instead of when it is dictated over the phone, MG can become GM. Okay. And right now, such things may not happen. We are still not in that level, but still anything could happen. Contraindications, especially for Garbini Kumari Asava. Again, that is one drug which will be taken by themselves, not with the prescription. Vasarishta also, it induces mild uterine contractions, dosage forms, especially Arishtas in Amla Pitta. I think you might have come across one such incident where he was taking, what is that? Dashamula Arishta for more than 15 years or so, and ended up with gastric ulcer, duodenal ulcer. So these prescription errors, doctors are famous for their handwritings. And now that you have NABH in, percolating to many of the hospitals, and you are supposed to write in capital letters so that it becomes very legible. But then it does happen. SS is a shortcut. It could be Sutashekara or Smruti Sagara. They get confused. Kaishwara Gugulu and Kanchanara Gugulu and Gandhaka Rasayana. And I had this experience earlier. Gandhaka Rasayana. Anyway, Gandhaka is common. So Gandhaka Rasayana and Gandhaka Vati can be interchanged. But it's not so. Falashruti is different. And then when we write Shuddha Gandhaka, whether it's internally or externally, Yashti Madhu internally or externally, that makes a difference. MGs, especially when it comes to Haratala, Manashila, Parada, MGs and GM, if it is dictated over the phone, just give her 1 or 2. 2 means what? 2 mg, GM, that has to be recorded again. So again, the references are already there. It's just that we have to take care about this. This Kavarga has to be specially mentioned to avoid complications as much as possible. And we have this some special terminologies. If you look at Bibitaki has this Madhakrita action, whereas the Indravaradi I was just mentioning. Then we also have this, just as NSAIDs, they are known for gastric irritants. So they are not to be taken in empty stomach, that everybody knows. But the same thing, if you go on saying, then Ayurveda means it's so much of Patya. But these are conveyed for everything, whether to be taken empty stomach or after food. It's there in all the systems. And then Amalaki, to be avoided at bedtime. There are so many references. See, this is one such article which was published much earlier, 1993. We should not wait for such things to happen. There was one 70-year-old male patient who was taking Yoga Rajagugulu 4 TID for 2 years, who landed up with today's explanation when Dr. Lata Damble was mentioning about Gugulu, Mahayoga Rajagugulu, especially, and then how it might have, the pharmacokinetics aspect of it. So we can understand and find, I don't even know, these people also don't even know about this quality control of the medicines that was taken, and duration of the therapy has been overlooked. So ultimately, we should not wait for some tragedy to happen and then open our eyes. And then there are so many adverse drug reactions already published. You can just go through that. I have just taken a screenshot of some of them, like Mahashankavati, Aconite, and then Shvitra Haravati, and then Dashangalepa, and Shankapushpi and all that. So as it was mentioned in the morning also, there are Samyoga, and it's +1 or -1. We have ample references that Yoga Vahi property should be there. And this is again interaction with Gugulu. Especially this is one because most of us will come across people with pain. Pain management is the most important, especially in our OPD. I don't know about others, but then skin pain, all these are some of the things where people will approach you. Kaishwara Gugulu will be there, after Shangav Gugulu will be there. So we should be inquiring about hypolipidemics, anticoagulants, what are they? Aspirin, if you are taking, if patient is taking, then if they're suddenly they want to do surgery, then they'll be asking, because 3 days the action will be there. But here we don't have that documentary evidence. So we just have to find out. Gugulu has this synergistic effect when combined with hypolipidemics. So it lowers the dosage. So that is good. It is 1+1 here. Whereas it has to be used with caution when used with anticoagulants. And it stimulates this thyroid gland, and useful where triiodothyronine levels are low, because today morning also she was mentioning about T4 levels. So Gugulu lipids are known for its anti-inflammatory activity and can reduce the dose of NSAIDs when used simultaneously. That's why your patients will be happy if there is positive drug interaction. And whereas in Rasona, again, all this would be a repetition. Morning, Dr. Lata has mentioned, especially it decreases the platelet aggregation activity. So you have to be very careful when you're using it, and because it leads to the bleeding tendencies. And then it produces hypoglycemia when taken along with the hypoglycemic drugs. Then drug interaction. Again, there could be one plus one like Kapikachu. Kapikachu can potentiate the action along with anti-Parkinson's medicine. So that is 1 plus 1. Whereas, and then similarly, this Bhang has this additive effects. So that is 1 plus 1. And there are some of them. Tulsi, she was mentioning, I told her that there are some repetitions and she said it's good that it would be heard for the second time. Tulsi again, concurrent use with paracetamol. Morning, it was being explained that how limited amount is required in the body, especially paracetamol. And when they have this suicidal attempts, they take more of paracetamol. And now I was able to understand it in a much better way. Whereas there is something positive also, piperine in Pipili increases the concentration of phenytoin. And so you have, I'm just giving you some of the examples that that could have the possible, especially HT Madhu. You can also come across people ending up with pedal edema, and then you apply leech, and then you should also inquire whether they are on any hypotensive drugs also. Even that can lead to pedal edema. And then this glycerin increases plasma concentration of steroids also, that has to be inquired carefully. It causes hypertension, edema, and hypokalemia. In fact, we had one opportunity where we had to design something for children. And just because this sentence was there, that was not permitted because it may cause hypokalemia, hypertension, and edema. And so oral contraceptive use, this also it was mentioned. But the last sentence is, it increases the potassium loss. So as it is there on some medication, plus you add this, then it might be 1 plus 1. And then Shunti, this interacts with anti-inflammatory medications. Ibuprofen is also a common drug. And Shunti is also something which is easily available. So you'll have to just inquire about the details. See, the drug interaction between Ayurvedic and allopathic medicines are already thought about. It's not a new thing. It has been thought about, and herb and drug interactions have been already mentioned. See, Ayurvedic syrup, Shankapushpi, and then anthanoid containing plants, whatever has happened, it has already been documented, especially in dental practice, because it may lead to more of bleeding. So whatever is being taken has to be inquired very thoroughly. The same thing, how's that? Okay. See, there are so many antipsychotic drugs, and especially during this COVID times, many senior citizens were isolated and they had to be treated. Depression, anxiety was so much high that even NIMHANS even started this distant, what do you call that? Tele consultation also. Telemedicine also. So here there are so many antidepressants, antipsychotics, everything. And Brahmi is like, it's like a home remedy. What will happen with home remedy? Nothing will happen. So that is the attitude that they won't be conveying to you, that they are taking Brahmi along with this. The other things they may ask, they were conveyed. So patients taking Brahmi along with this would experience an increase in plasma level of the drugs. As Dr. Lata was mentioning in the morning, you just need one, but what if you are absorbing 5, then it leads to adverse effects. And then, so the same way Jatamamsi. Jatamamsi also leads to an additive effect. And Tulsi with anti-epileptics. Again, too much of drowsiness. And Alprax is also commonly prescribed if there is any mild, maybe just like a mild sedative, it's also very much prescribed. So Tagara with this leads to the increased side effects of Alprax. And the same way there are benzodiazepines, barbiturates. Ashwagandha is not given for this purpose, but ashwagandha for general immunity. That is not considered as a medicine at all many times. So patients will not remember to tell you that they are taking ashwagandha. But that may lead to interactions. And Shankapushpi plus phenytoin, of course, 3 times it's repeated. It not only reduces the activity, but also lowered the plasma levels. And then there is also this Shatahva. Shatahva significantly reduces the sleeping time. And then that's what. alcohol plus aspirin also causes this gastric mucosal damage and gastric bleeding. Many medications cause this hypersensitivity to alcohol called as disulfiram effect. All our aristas will not be having that much, but very few, Pipalyasava, Draksharishta. So even that has to be kept in mind. So when you are giving castor oil or diuretics, there are, on the positive side of it, there is one positive aspect of it. Tradition means innovation. There is one, it's not for advertisement. This is one, rifampicin was given much of description today morning. Piperine helps in better absorption of rifampicin. There are some research works also, but this is one positive aspect. And then, this is given so much of publicity earlier. From our center, we usually used to stick it in front of the place where doctors sit. So that we'll be constantly reminded not to use more, not to use beyond 80, less than. And then we had taken up a small study in our own hospital here, just with the patients who are coming on their own, just get the LFT, RFT done, and then before and after intake of medicines, after 4 months, and then record this as an answer to whatever was published as a JAMA article, that Ayurvedic medicines are not safe. And here it was observed that after 6 months of duration of medication, that all their parameters were very intact. No such was found. And there is one positive, astounding positive benefits in Shvitra treated for necrosospermia. What happened here was the patient was being treated for vitiligo, not for vitiligo, for shukradosha. But then and that too without any external application. It's opposite of a side effect. It's a positive side effect. So that was published. And then here also we came across one contact dermatitis case, hair dye related. So that was also published. Now, the most important question that you will be thinking is, how can you remember all this? There are so many things which have been mentioned. And then the most simplest answer is you don't have to remember everything. Maybe you would have heard 2-3 times, so that Tulsi and Brahmi, Ashwagandha, when taken with other medicines, just be cautious, that should ring the bell. That's all. Okay. Otherwise, nobody can, there will be so much of information available. Maybe all this data I got few days back, and there is something. And taking a detailed history of all the drugs from an individual, from patient, and then the timing of medication, and also especially in elderly patients, especially with kidney and liver damage, don't load them with medicines, because as you saw in the morning, it will be filtered first and more in the liver. So it should not be further loaded, and identify the drugs that are possible candidates for interaction. So as Dr. Lata was mentioning, I borrowed this from Dr. Raghavendra Nayak. As you can see there, do you think that the cat which is sitting there, can you make out the cat? Do you think just because the cat jumped, this broke? But that's how people convey about Ayurvedic medicine. I just saw this on Dr. Raghavendra Nayak's WhatsApp, and I immediately thought of ADR here. See, correlation is not causation. But many times what happens, Bakuchi, or you come across any such adverse drug event, so analyze carefully. What is that you need to know? ADR reporting procedure. Who can report, what to report, how to report, whom to report, and where to report. Okay. Who can report? Anyone can report. And what to report, whatever you have seen, you just report. And how to report, there is a format which will be shared with all of you. And whom to report? There are so many centers, 74 peripheral pharmacovigilance centers are there. We are also one among them. You can share it with us also. And where to report, you just share it to us. We'll also send that, relay that further to National Pharmacovigilance Center. And what to report? All types of suspected adverse drug reactions. It is known or unknown. See, Bakuchi is known, but there could be something tomorrow that you may experience. So serious or non-serious, frequent or rare. If I get 5 complaints from 5 different places, you will not know. You both may not know, but I'll get to know that there is something serious because I get it from 5 different places. Okay, then reactions from all pharmaceutical products, allopathy, Ayurvedic. Here we are worrying only about Ayush, vaccines, medical devices. And this form has 4 different sections: patient information, and suspected adverse drug reactions, suspected medications, and report to details. So what is that you have to do? See, in concomitant, you cannot say it's only because of Gugulu. It could be something else which is given along with this. So concomitant medicines, what are they taking? Say, for example, Brahmi. Brahmi is given with maybe antidepressants. I mean, they are taking antidepressants. You have given Brahmi. Okay, so add everything, or maybe you have given 3 or 4. Yogaraja Gugulu, Kashaya, Rasnadi Kashaya, Kapuradi, whatever. Okay, so all that brand, dose, route, frequency, once, twice daily, and then date started, date stopped, and indications. So that they will decide really what has happened. And then suspected adverse reaction. It's today I applied, today evening I applied, tomorrow morning I have noted this. Okay, then I stopped by tomorrow evening. Then I just wanted to know, is it really because of this? The next day morning I was okay. Then again I applied, re-challenge. Okay, de-challenge, re-challenge. Again, tomorrow evening I apply. Again, I got a reaction. Then it's definitely because of that. Okay, so describe the reaction or the problem. In your own words, there was a rash or it was a burning sensation or whatever. And other important sections of ADR reporting form. Have you got any tests done because of that? So, yes, let us know. Seriousness of the reaction, if it is there, or any relevant medication history, they could be allergic to something, or there could be a pregnancy, smoking, alcohol use and all that. Is it really a life-threatening, hospitalization, disability, whatever? Okay. And suspected medication. Now, it need not be Gugulu always. It could be anything else. So the re-challenge test, as I said, and the reporter's details. Suppose I have a doubt, then I have to contact you further. So the reporter's details. And important sections is, finally what happened? I applied Jatiyadi Tela. So then it was okay. It was recovered, recovering, not recovered, fatal, all these details. All this will be circulated to you. Okay. So finally, I end with this. It's good that silence is golden, but not always golden when it comes to pharmacovigilance. Okay. If you see or notice any ADR, just report it to us. And then dying from a disease is sometimes unavoidable, but dying from a medicine is unacceptable. Okay. So this is our phone number and email ID. It will be given to you also. Okay. So with this correct time, I come to the end of this. Any questions? It's a repetition. Yeah.
Thank you for the very good session, Divya.
Thank you.
And I would want to know your opinion on the nutritional supplements these days. Anything. So are there any reported areas over that, or anything which you have come across?
There are 2, as I remember, though it is not reported anywhere. What is that? Herbalife. Actually, I'm not supposed to talk about Herbalife because it is just a incident, one incident, so it cannot be generalized. But that is one. And then what is it? It's just being taken by everybody. Most of them who come here convey about it, but nobody has complained about Herbalife. When I inquired, I got to know that there was severe osteoporosis. Okay, but one particular case you cannot generalize. And that too, she had come for multiple aches and pains, and we just wanted to rule out other things. We got all the blood tests done. Then vitamin D, D3 was less. But again, there is no such evidence to show that that is the only one. And here, we have that in mind, but we don't have patients reporting to us or complaining to us. Yeah. We try to get the information about supplements and other things. Usually, and there is one such incidence of one of my relative reporting to me with severe gastritis because of the gym instructor had conveyed not to eat any carbohydrates, and only the vinegar and such things were advised. So that was one clear reason that as per Ayurveda also you can give a good explanation. But nothing as of now as food and drug interaction. Though it's on the mind, it has not gone further yet. Yeah.
What's your opinion about Haridra Kanda?
Haridra Kanda. For?
Just give the explanation about Haridra Kanda because we are using a lot of that medicine we are using in for everything. You know.
Haridra Kanda, sir. We use it.
As an antibiotic like that we are using.
No, sir. In our practice here, it's limited. Haridra Kanda, yeah, for allergies we do give, but again there is one level, Shodhana and Shamana limits. As a Shamana, it's okay. Otherwise, we give it after purgation, after Virechana only.
In so many agricultures I have seen, Haridra Kanda will be distributed like.
Sorry, sir, I don't know about it. I have not come across many people. At least Nishamalaki, we do have many, but not about Haridra Kanda. Yes.
Around the world. So is that also be documented on the? If there is some cases of ADR, will that also be reported as ADR? Because when we are talking about ADR, it will be mostly clinics or hospitals.
Yes.
That can also be.
Yes. No, actually, we have not got in a positive way. We have got it as a complaint that we have been using this and we have landed up in such a situation. So please, fake one or quackery. In that way, we have received a sort of query, not as ADR. But then that also, it's more of incomplete data that what we have received so far. We need all these details to send this ADR in a proper format. So no, so far nobody. Actually, we have been conveying this to everyone since 3-4 years, but we don't usually get from outside. It's more of from our hospital only we are getting the data.
So now everybody is when they are take this. So that will also be penalized under the Magic Act.
No, which one you're talking about? For misleading ads. No, that is reported from our side, but as a separate heading, not as this. Misleading advertisements, my next speaker would be talking about it. We are collecting there are some rules and regulations which he'll be conveying to you now, but we do collect them and then we report it to the State Drug Licensing Authority as well as to the headquarters, National Pharmacovigilance Center. And we expect the state government to take action on them. And we actually get we ask for the report to be submitted to the National Pharmacovigilance Center.
So you talked about this session. So how can we contribute to that? We can.
Actually, what is happening is, I'm seeing that it's not really reaching out to many people. So it's something like catch them young. From your school days, college days, when you are familiar with this, it's something like I see what the mind does. So if you are trained from the house surgeon or maybe these days, it's included in the syllabus. Okay, but then not everybody will land up in academics or doing PG. So at least among the house surgeons, what is the knowledge about pharmacovigilance? So we are doing a survey. Right now, I think we have around 100 already, but we are thinking of having much more. At headquarters, saying that this is causing a positive impact, or if it is not really creating an impact, in which other way it has to reach out to people, so that it has to reach out to all physicians. That's our intention. If you can contribute, you can please circulate the same thing among your students.
Okay.
And it need not be limited only to students alone. Actually, we want it to be percolated to every level. The physicians of today, retrospectively also whoever has completed, because the concept may be new, but then they would be rich with experience. And then they can also convey to us about the ideas that they have come across, or they could be even vigilant. So we want this idea to reach out to everybody. You are from? Nice. So we'll give you some of the forms also.
So is there any trainings on
even we will be waiting for an opportunity to convey this to everybody, but we'll update you regarding that. See, there are some mandatory programs that we are regularly doing, and then we are also giving the advertisements on our Facebook page as well as to all the colleges. And to physicians, actually, we have reached out to government Ayurvedic dispensaries. But to private sector, so far, it has not happened much. But you can keep in touch with us. You can regularly see the Facebook page. That will be giving you other details. Okay. Can interact with food. Oh, I think that's the same. Okay. Any more?
Sir, your question has been already answered. Rajendra sir.
It's your question or somebody else?
Somebody.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing various aspects of pharmacovigilance and your experience about ADR and ADE, and also for creating awareness about the reporting, when to report, not to report, observations to be made during the clinical practice. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable inputs. Moving on to the next session, it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague and eminent in-house speaker, Dr. Raghavendra Nayak, sir. Dr. Raghavendra Nayak, sir, is working as a research officer at CRI Bengaluru, and currently he has been posted at Bureau of Indian Standards Headquarters, New Delhi, to develop standards of Ayush system. Sir has completed his BAMS from SDMCA Udupi and MD and PhD in Dravyaguna from IPGT, RA Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar. He has completed certificate course in Marma Chikitsa from National Ayurveda Research Institute for Panchakarma, Cherutarthi, Kerala. Sir has published more than 50 scientific research papers in various national and international peer-reviewed research journals and delivered 25 lectures in different seminars and workshops. Sir is a reviewer and editorial board member of scientific journals and associate editor of Journal of Research and Education in Indian Medicine. Sir has been honored with Young Researcher Award by Central Council of Indian Medicine, New Delhi, for his MD thesis work. And also, sir is a recipient of Ayush Award CCRS 2007 under the category Best Research Paper in Literary Research, presented at New Delhi. Sir has been honored with Innovative Thesis Award by Pandit Kushilal Sharma Government Ayurvedic College and Institute, Bhopal, in December 2019 for his PhD thesis work. Sir has worked as an investigator, monitoring officer, coordinator for various projects funded by CCRS and Ministry of Ayush. With this brief introduction, I would like to welcome Raghavendra sir for his guest lecture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Namaste. Hope my PPT is visible.
No, sir.
Share this one second. No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir,
please share your PPT, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Already share. आपको होस्ट कर दिया.
Okay.
आपको होस्ट कर दिया सर. माइक. सर आपका PPT ओपन नहीं हो रहा है सर, प्लीज उसको प्रॉपर्ली. यस मैम. सबके पास है. सर आपका
Hey, I'm given. Stand me. Repeating.
ओके सर, हम इधर से शेयर करते हैं सर, आप बस हम इधर से शेयर करते हैं सर आपका पीपीटी इधर से करेंगे ना सर, राजेंद्र सर। Yes. Now he's sharing, sir.
You can use the mic.
क्या बोलना सर? हो गया सर आपको पीपीटी शेयर सर, प्लीज कंटिन्यू सर।
No, it's shown. It's showing. It's visible.
Namaste. Good afternoon to all of you and सर आपका वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है सर। अभी हाँ, now okay sir, ठीक है। Namaste and a very good afternoon to all of you and welcome you all to the last session of this awareness program. Especially I would like to thank the organizers, especially Lochana Bhatti ma'am, Shubhashri ma'am and all the organizing team for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this event, because it's always a pleasure to be associated with the with the activities of my institute, and at least in even it is a virtual mode. The topic allotted to me for this program is regarding the legal implications with respect to advertisement and misleading advertisements related to Ayurveda system of medicine. Coming 30 to 40 minutes, I will be discussing about it moving mein PPT.
First slide only. First slide.
Next 30 to 40 minutes, I will be discussing about these different points, including the definition and intention or goal of advertisements, and the definition or the types of misleading advertisements, legal implications, including different laws and regulations which are related to misleading advertisement, and how to report these misleading advertisements, and finally some examples which are related to the advertisements which were considered as misleading by appropriate authorities. To start with the definition of the advertisement, to start with the definition of advertisement, in general, the advertisement is a promotional activity which aims to sell a product or service to a target audience, and it is the best way to communicate regarding our product or our service to the consumers. As far as the legal definition is concerned, the Drug and Magic Remedies Act, which defines advertisements as which includes any notice, circular, label, wrapper, or any other document and any announcement made orally or by any means of producing or transmitting light, sound, or smoke. This is the official the definition as per Drug and Magic Remedies Act. These are the different platforms where one can give publicity of their products or of their services. There are various ways of putting up an advertisement as per the audience to be addressed. As per the Indian Readership Survey, the print media reaches over 35 crore population in India, while the television media reaches more than 55 crore people, and cable and satellite TV reaches more than 50 crore people, and the radio listeners are more than 15 crore in the country. Apart from these advertisements are also visible on the outdoor advertisement, like building walls, buses, railway station, airports, etc. These are the main goals for any advertisement. The first one is to inform or to make somebody aware of the product, and then to convince somebody with their content to consider the use of the product, and to cause somebody to remember of their product, and uh, and to convert them as a potential users. If instead of these three goals, if any advertisements intends to create a desire among the customers, then it is against the ethical and moral values of that advertisement rule or advertisement code. As the founder of JWT Advertising Agency considers advertising is a non-moral force like the electricity, which not only illuminates but electric goods also. Then because its worth, so its worth to civilization depends upon how it is used. Because misleading advertisement may affect the consumer's choices regarding what they buy. In fact, false or misleading advertisement.
Sir, sorry, for microphone is moving.
Huh.
No, sir. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, sorry for the interruption. I think your microphone is moving. That's because of we are having some unusual sounds here. Would you please fix it? It is.
Now is it okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
Rajendra, sir?
No, it's okay. Continue. It's fine. Perfect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's okay.
In fact, false or misleading advertisements violate several basic rights of consumers, like the right to information, or the right to choice, or the right to be protected against unsafe goods and services, as well as unfair trade practices. No doubt, advertisements are basically meant to promote a product or a service, and one does see some exaggeration in the way they show the benefits of the product. But when it goes beyond that and deliberately utters a falsehood or tries to misinterpret the facts, thereby misleading the consumer, then it becomes objectionable or unacceptable. These are some ways how an advertisement becomes misleading. When it gives a wrong information, or when want to substantiate their claims, then it becomes the misleading. For example, if an advertisement for a face cream claims that it removes dark spots on the face and even prevents them from coming back, or if a shirt advertisement of a shirt claims that it kills 99% of the COVID-19 virus, the manufacturer should be able to prove this, or else it is a deceptive practice. Or if a mattress claims that it can kill the coronavirus, or if a advertisement of ice cream claims that this can boost the immunity, one expects the manufacturer to have the data to prove this. If he fails to do that, then he is making an unsubstantiated claim, or the false statements. Similarly, in the 10 years back, there was a company which was promoting and distributing socks for acidity, pillow covers for spondylitis, T-shirt for high or low blood pressure, etc. When the regulator asked the company to produce scientific evidence to support the effect of these products, the company said it had never undertaken such studies in any institute. Subsequently, the regulator prohibited the sale and promotion of the products. Even reducing the crucial information about the product to minute letters at the bottom of an advertisement can also be termed as unfair or objectionable and misleading practice in relation to that advertisement. These are the some examples of how an advertisement can be misleading. The hidden fees. These are some extra fees which are not specified in the advertised price, such as activation fees for cell phones or pre-delivery inspection charges for a new car, etc. And the second one is misusing the word free. When the sale is buy one get one free or buy one get two free, the second item or third item is not really free, because you have to buy the first one to get that second or third item. So this is a kind of misusing. And incomplete comparison. An example is saying a product is better than another, but not explaining in which way it is better than another product. Another practice is inconsistent comparison. It includes comparing a product to only the competitors it can beat. In that way, showing that their product is more beneficial or more good than another product. The another practice is angel dusting. This is a concept of adding a very small amount of something special or beneficial. So it can be labeled as for example, a small amount of gold is added in Chyawanprash and it is claimed as Chyawanprash with gold. The actual amount of which is less than which is mentioned in the actual proportion or actual preparation. Bait and switch is another practice, which is a practice of advertising one product and submitting a similar product at a higher price, claiming that advertised product is unavailable at that time or sold out at that time. Another practice is acceptance by default. This refers to a contract where a consumer must opt out a service or a feature, and if they don't opt out, then they will be charged for it. With regards to the laws and regulations which are related to the misleading advertisements, this can be of two categories. The Drugs and Magic Remedies Objectionable Advertisements Act 1954 and the Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and Rules 1945. These are having vertical application or direct relation to the monitoring or to regulate the misleading advertisements. And along with these rules, some regulations like Consumer Protection Act or Cable Television Networks Act, Prevention of Food Adulteration Act, Food Safety and Standards Regulation, the Ayurveda Ahara regulations, or Infant Milk Substitute Infant Foods Act, the Young Person Harmful Publication Act, and Emblems and Names Act. These are the some acts which are having horizontal application. That is, they directly they do not prohibit or regulate the misleading advertisement, but they come in the picture if any adverse event or if any adverse action happens due to products or services related to the Ayurvedic system of medicine. Drug and Magic Remedies Objectionable Advertisement Act 1954 is an act to control the advertisement of certain cases, to prohibit the advertisement for certain purposes of remedies and which are claimed to possess magic qualities. Subject to the provisions of this act, section 3, 4, 5 and 6 are mainly related to the prohibition of advertisements for certain drugs for treatment of diseases, or prohibition of misleading advertisements, or prohibition of advertisement for magic remedies, or prohibition of import and export of such goods. In detail, section 3 prohibits the advertisements related to procurement of miscarriage in women or prevention of conception in women, maintenance or improvement of the capacity of women for sexual or correction of menstrual disorder or some other diseases, about 54 diseases which are mentioned in Schedule 1, where diagnosis, cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of any such diseases is totally prohibited as per this Act. Again, the Section 4 clearly mentions that the advertisements which are directly or indirectly giving false impression, which are making false claim for the drug, or false or misleading in any nature, are totally prohibited. Section 5 prohibits the advertisement of magic remedies for treatment of certain diseases and disorders mentioned in the schedule of this Act, and even the Section 3 of this Act. Again, Section 6 prohibits the import and export containing an advertisement of the nature referred in the all these above sections. The Diagnostic Act is an act to regulate the import, manufacture, distribution, and sale of drugs and cosmetics. In relation to misleading ads related to Ayurveda, central government notified the amendment of drug and cosmetic rules in December 2018, and to insert the rule 170 specifically for controlling the inappropriate advertisements of Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani medicines. And as per the this newly inserted rule, the manufacturer or his agent of ASU drugs shall not participate in the publication of any advertisement relating to any drug for the purpose of diagnosis, cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of any disease, disorder, syndrome, or condition. Apart from these conditions, if he wants to advertise any drug, it needs to be advertised only after the allotment of unique identification number, which is allotted by appropriate authority. The application for this unique identification number shall be submitted in a prescribed format to a state licensing authority or a drug controller with the supporting documents such as textual references or rationale from the authoritative books, indications, uses, evidences regarding safety, effectiveness, or quality of the drug. The authority may accept or reject the application based on the submitted documents. Even if it gives the permission, it may, as per the drug and cosmetic rules, if these rules are not adhered, cancel that license also. Then another important act, which even though it is not directly related to the prohibition or regulation of the misleading advertisement, it is also an important act when we are in the public practice. This is an act of Consumer Protection Act 1986. Is an act for providing the better protection to consumers and for making provisions for the establishment of consumer councils and other appropriate authorities for the settlement of consumer disputes and any other matters related to the consumer protection. Section 2 of this act refers the definition of goods as defined in the Sales and Goods Act, which clearly means every kind of movable property other than actionable claims and money are included under the goods. Even the growing crops, grass, these are all included in the definition of goods. And Section 2(o) of this act defines the term service, which means a service of any description, even though it specifies some of the categories of services like banking, financing, etc. It is made clear that the definition is not limited to these categories, including these categories. Any category of service is included under the under this definition. And in the continuation to these two sections, goods and service which are claimed to be genuine but they are actually not, so are defined as the spurious goods and services under Section 2(o) of this act. And even a specific advertisement code is also mentioned in the Section 6 of this act. Another important definition which mentioned in Section 2 of this act is unfair trade practice, a practice which practice of making any statement which falsely represent that the goods are of a particular standard or quality, quantity is considered as unfair trade practice, which a practice of which shows that falsely represents that the services are of particular standard, quality, or grade is also considered as unfair trade practice. Even if it is makes a false or misleading representation concerning the need or of that need or usefulness of that product, then it is also considered as unfair trade practice. Further, chapter 2 of this act gives provisions for establishing the Central Consumer Protection Council as well as the State Consumer Protection Council under section 4 and 7 respectively. And again, the section 6 of the Empower Consumer Protection Councils, Central and State Consumer Protection Councils, to promote and protect the rights of the consumers, such as the right to be protected against the marketing of goods and services which are hazardous to the life or the property, and the right to be informed about the quality, quantity, potency, purity, standard, even the price of the goods and services, so as to protect the consumer against unfair trade practices. The right to be assured wherever possible access to a variety of goods and services at competitive prices should be given to the consumer, and the right to be heard and to be assured that consumer interest will receive due consideration at appropriate forums, and the right to seek redressal against unfair trade practices or restrictive trade practices or immoral exploitation of the consumers, and the right to consumer education. These are certain rights which needs to be protected by these consumer councils. This is a case of doctor who, on promising a cure for cancer, was held guilty for unfair trade practices in the state of Kerala a few years back. A 21-year-old male was diagnosed with the osteosarcoma of right distal femur with the marrow involvement at Regional Cancer Center at Thiruvananthapuram, and the doctors advised amputation of the patient's leg to prevent the disease from spreading to other parts of the body. In the meantime, the parents came across a press advertisement given by a qualified MBBS doctor and her father, who was an Ayurveda practitioner. The claim made in the advertisement was that these doctors had the skill to treat cancerous tumors in kids. Believing the representation made in the advertisement, they consulted the doctor, who again assured them of a cure for their son's disease, but the treatment caused their son's condition to worsen and he ultimately died. The parents filed a complaint before the Kerala State Consumer Commission. During the proceedings, the evidence produced show that the doctor had a press conference in which they claimed to have successfully treated tumor-afflicted children, and this had also been reported in the local regional language newspapers. The doctors also argued before the State Commission that Ayurvedic system of medicine had an effective treatment and cure for cancer, and they had successfully cured children with the brain tumor as well. But they failed to produce any evidence substantiating their claims. The commission had that offering treatment for a terminal disease like cancer and assuring a cure is also unfair and amounted to exploiting the desperate situation of their patients and their parents. Accordingly, it had the doctors guilty of adopting and indulging in unfair trade practices and also for deficiency in service in treating the patients. And even the doctors challenged this order before the National Commission after a delay of more than 200 days. The National Commissions also heard the matter at length and dismissed the appeal of these doctors. Another act which in force to regulate the operation of cable television networks in the country and for other matters related to this act. Section 6 of this act mentions the advertisement code, where it is specified that no person shall transmit or retransmit through a cable service or any advertisement unless such advertisement is in uniformity with the conformity with the prescribed advertisement code. Again, section 19 of this act mentions certain powers to prohibit the transmission of programs in public interest, like if it is not in accordance with the prescribed code, or it is likely to promote disharmony or feelings of enmity, hatred, or ill will between the different religious, racial, linguistic, or regional groups, or which is likely to disturb the public harmony. These are some condition as per this law. The advertisement is totally prohibited, and in section 21 it is made clear that provisions of this act shall be in addition to the acts like Drug and Cosmetic Act, Drug and Magic Remedies Acts, etc. The Food Prevention of Food Adulteration Act. This is enacted by the Parliament in 1954 with the objective of ensuring pure and wholesome food to the consumers and protect them from fraudulent and deceptive trade practices. Rule 43A of this act restricts advertisement of any food which is misleading or contravening the provisions of this act or the rules made under this act. And Section 44 prohibits the sale of certain admixtures or advertisement of certain admixtures like ghee, which contains only added matter, not exclusively derived from milk fat, or turmeric containing any foreign substances. And even Section 45 clears that food resembling but not pure honey should not be marketed honey on the label of packages of this of the advertisement of according to this act. As particularly for safety of the products which in relation to the Ayurveda Ahara, as per the regulation, the manufacturing and marketing of Ayurveda Ahara products will be regulated strictly as per the Food Safety and Standards Ayurveda Ahara Regulations 2022. And the Ayurveda Ahara products will be available in the market if they have license or approval from FSSAI. As per this regulation, any food prepared as per the rules and the recipes, ingredients mentioned in the books of Ayurveda can be termed as Ayurveda Ahara. Even Section 8 of this Act mentions that the labeling, presentation, and advertisement shall not claim that the Ayurveda Ahara is a property of preventing, treating, or curing a human disease or refer to such properties. The infant milk and milk substitute and Feeding Bottles and Infant Foods Act is an act to provide regulation for production, supply, and distribution of infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles, and infant foods with a view to the protection, promotion of breastfeeding and ensuring the proper use of infant foods. Section 3 of this act specifies certain prohibitions in related to infant milk substitute, feeding bottles, and infant foods. As per this, no person shall advertise or take part in the publication of any advertisement for the distribution, sale, or supply of infant milk substitute, he shall not give an impression or to create a belief in any manner that feeding of infant milk substitutes or infant foods are equivalent to or better than mother's milk. Tomorrow, if somebody develop a product from Ayurvedic perspective, Ayurvedic reference, and claim that this is a substitute for infant food or milk, then this is the clearly contravention of these acts. The Young Persons Harmful Publications Act. This act defines Section 2A of this act defines the certain harmful publications like any book, magazine, pamphlet, leaflet, newspaper, etc., or other like publications are considered as harmful publications if it portrays the commission of an offense, violence, or cruel, or incidents are repulsive or horrible in nature. if a person sells or led to hire or distribute or publicly exhibits or in any manner puts into circulation any harmful publication, or if any person for the purpose of sale, hire, distribution, public exhibition or circulation prints, makes or produces or has in his possession any harmful publication or advertises or makes known by any means, is punishable with an imprisonment which may extend to 6 months or with fine or with both. There are many studies which are available with regards to the negative impact of advertisements on children conducted by different NGOs. This is a published newspaper published in newspaper few years back, and a 11-year-old child in Delhi killed himself allegedly under the influence of advertising done by a milk-based health drink, which claimed to make children taller. He was a class 5 student, wanted to become taller in 2 days, but when he did not see the results, he hanged himself. Such ads like jumping from a building to search a cold drink, or riding a motorcycle in over speed after drinking a cold drink, are certain examples for such category of the advertisement. They are totally prohibited as per the young person's harmful act. Another act is the Emblems and Names Act, where it is to prevent the improper use of certain emblems and names for professional and commercial purposes. About the schedule in under this act mentions more than 20 such names or emblems or logo and other specifications like name, emblem or official seal of UNO, WHO, or Government of India, President, Governor, or any name which may suggest or be calculated to suggest that the patronage of Government of India or Government of State, even the name of Mahatma Gandhi or Prime Minister of India, or medals, badges, or decoration which are received from the government, or Ashok Chakra, Dharma Chakra, or Ashok, or the pictorial representation of Ashok Chakra. These are all prohibited for advertisement or for use in commercial or private purpose, patent, or even in the trademark or designs. Misleading advertisement reporting is made easy under the pharmacovigilance program initiated by Ministry of Ayush, which has implemented a central sector scheme of pharmacovigilance for safety monitoring of ASU and H drugs, in which surveillance of Ayush advertisement is also added as one of the activity. If this form can be the misleading advertisement reporting form can be downloaded from the official website of the National Pharmacovigilance Program, that is ayushsuraksha.com, and this form can be submitted to nearest pharmacovigilance center or any peripheral or intermediary pharmacovigilance center, or directly it can be sent to the National Pharmacovigilance Center. Even online submission option is also available. Ministry of Ayush signed an MOU with the Advertising Standard Council of India to undertake comprehensive monitoring of the quality of advertisements pertaining to ASU and H system of medicine in print or TV media, and to report the cases to concerned state regulatory authorities for taking action in accordance with the legal provision. They have even online complaint option, or option for the tracking your complaint, and even you can submit your complaints regarding the misleading advertisement through a WhatsApp number of Advertisement Standard Council of India, that is 77-100-12345. The Department of Consumer Affairs has also established a portal for grievances against misleading advertisement, that is Gamma portal, wherein the consumers can directly register their grievances against misleading advertisement for all the products or all the services, including ASU and H drugs. The complaint of the consumer registered in this portal about Ayush drugs are examined in the Ministry of Ayush and forwarded to the concerned state regulator for taking action in accordance with the legal provisions. These are some examples regarding the misleading advertisement which are found inappropriate as per regulatory authorities. One thing I want to make it clear that this information is nothing to do with the composition or safety or efficacy of the product. Only the content of the advertisement was questioned in all these cases, and the advertisements were withdrawn as per the orders of the appropriate authorities. This was an advertisement of Dabur India Limited regarding the Dabur Lal Tel. The advertisements claim Dugni Tezi se Sharirik Vikas. It was substantiated. However, this claim was valid for babies up to 6 months age. There was a discrepancy in the advertisement as it showed the baby getting up and walking towards the mother, and thus indicating the age to be more than 6 months. And the visual in the advertisement of an older baby, when read in conjunction with the disclaimer claiming clinical research on babies up to 6 months of age, was misleading by ambiguity and implication, and also the legibility of the disclaimers in the advertisement were not in compliance with the advertisement standard Council of India guidelines, and this was withdrawn as per their order. This was an advertisement from Imami Limited, Kesh King Ayurvedic Oil and Kesh King Shampoo. The ad claims no hair fall, dandruff or dryness were not substantiated, and most claims made in the advertisements were false, considered as false and misleading. A certain celebrity made claims in the ad which was false, which was also false and misleading. Further, the advertiser did not submit any evidence of the celebrity lending her name to this particular communication. Particularly claims in case of the shampoo made through the inclusion of statement as a customer testimonial, wherein comparison was drawn with other existing products. The claims in the ad were not substantiated with the proofs, and were also extremely misleading, and this ad was also withdrawn. In an ad from Hindustan Unilever Limited on liver Ayush soap, the advertisement claims based on 5,000 years old Ayurveda scriptures with the 15 Ayurvedic herbs were inadequately substantiated and considered as misleading. Also, the claims like मतलब सिर्फ हरी पत्तियों दिखाने से कोई आयुर्वेदिक नहीं बन जाता, और सही आयुर्वेदाई लिवर आयुष एंड दिखावे से बचो सही आयुर्वेद चुनो. This by implication it is considered that these sentences degrade the entire class of or category of Ayurvedic products, and it was withdrawn from the advertisers. In case of Dr. Ortho oil from Divisha Herbal Care, the advertisements claims as translated into English so effective that no pain will also bend its knees, or due to it being Ayurvedic, its effect remains for a long time, or unmatched medicine for joint pain, and particularly an actor or a poet, script writer says, Dr. Artho Ayurvedic oil is not a temporary painkiller, it is an Ayurvedic medicine. Where these are all not substantiated with the clinical evidences from the product efficacy, and these are considered as misleading by gross exaggeration. Particularly, the claim it is not a temporary painkiller was considered misleading by gross exaggeration, and by implication that this oil would cure the pain. This was the advertisement which is claiming just 5 drops in a day keeps disease and doctors away, or Jolly Tulsi 51 drops enhances your immune system and save entire family from every weather, every disease. These were not substantiated with the evidences of product efficacy and considered as misleading by exaggeration by authorities, and it was also withdrawn. The advertisement claims in this Manishri Homeopathy Clinic, where it claims magic action within 15 days and high blood pressure, quick and permanent cure within short period. These were are considered to be the violation of Drug and Magic Remedies Act, and this was also withdrawn as per the guidance of the authorities. Similarly, in case of treatment for hemorrhoids or increasing the height with Ayurveda, these are all advertisement were withdrawn as per the guidelines. And in case of tourism pharma, the television advertisement particularly claim for viral infections like cough, cold, sore throat, Ayurvedic medicines are more effective than allopathic medicines, which was not substantiated with the product efficacy data. The advertiser was promoting an Ayurvedic or herbal cough syrup and claims that Ayurvedic medicines are more effective than allopathic medicines in treating viral infections. The advertiser did not provide any scientific rational or technical data indicating that their Ayurvedic product is better than allopathic products. And even in the view of increased pandemic situation of COVID-19 virus in that time, the authorities considered the advertisement to be misleading by exaggeration. The advertisements claims makes healthy, increases self-confidence in case of Jeevan Jyoti Pharmacy, Health and Ayurvedic capsules, health tonic for whole family. These are all were not substantiated with evidence of product efficacy. Even the claim since 25 years, particularly, it was not substantiated with the supporting evidence or with third-party validation also. The claims were also considered as misleading by exaggeration. Not only in case of products, in case of celebrities also, noted Malayalam actor and a Kerala-based cosmetic products manufacturer, they have been ordered to pay fines of rupees 10,000 each for false promises in an advertisement. The consumer had alleged that in 2012 he used the Dhatri hair cream, which was endorsed by actor, where he had promised lush hair growth or within 6 months. The consumer served a legal notice to the actor, even the manufacturer, and even the store which sold it, demanding rupees 5 lakhs in compensation. Well, the company withdrew the ad following the notice, but it refused to pay any compensation, following which he filed a complaint at the Consumer Forum against these 3 accused. The actor, during the investigation, the actor told that he had never personally used the hair cream and has so far only used the oil prepared by his mother. Nearly 8 years after the complaint which was filed, the Consumer Forum asked the actor and manufacturer to pay a fine of rupees 10,000 each, while the seller has been ordered to pay rupees 3,000 rupees as fine. In the end, this is the a short take-home message I wanted to give through this presentation. The purpose of advertisements is always should be dissemination of information. As we know, there is an increasing competition in between in the every field, including the Ayurveda products and in the field of Ayurveda products or Ayurveda services. It is obvious that there is always some amount of exaggeration in showing their product as a better choice considered to other products. But if it crosses a certain limit, then it becomes misleading and objectionable. And if you come across such advertisements, please report to the appropriate authorities, even it may be Pharmacovigilance Center or Gamma portal or Advertisement Standard Council of India portal. Thank you. Another thing I want to make clear that the information presented here is only for the educational purposes, and only relevant sections which sections of laws have been presented in this presentation. Thank you.
Sir, there is a question, sir.
So my question is, how do we demarcate a line between Ayurvedic food, medicine, and nutraceuticals?
Sir? Raghavendra, sir? Sir, there is a question, sir. Raghavendra, sir. Hello?
So you're muted. So you are muted. Can you unmute? Raghavendra, sir?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Share these details, contact details with me. Yes, you can start.
So my question is, how do we differentiate or how do we demarcate, Ayurvedic food, nutraceutical, and Ayurvedic medicine? There was a slide, specific slide.
Yeah.
Because Ayurvedic food is somewhat nutraceutical also, and somewhere medicine is being prescribed as nutraceutical. So how do we, demarcate a line?
As per drug and hello.
Yes, sir.
Drug and cosmetic rules or drug and cosmetic act, which defines only related to the Ayurvedic medicines. It's not talking about any pharmaceuticals or phytopharmaceuticals or any drugs which is taken from the Ayurvedic medicine. That's a separate regulation. And regarding the nutraceuticals, the recently amended food FSSA Act regarding the Ayush Ahara, it clearly mentions that any food product which is in accordance with the its ingredients or proportions or benefits, if they are in accordance with the classical guidelines, or if there is any reference regarding that in the Ayurvedic classics, then it can be termed as Ayush Ahara or Ayurveda Ahara. Otherwise, the purview of nutraceuticals is totally different. It does not come under any of these regulations.
So, for example, Kushmanda Valeha.
Yeah.
Kushmanda is food also, and it is a medicine also. So it will come under medicine only.
It's a medicine.
It's come under medicine only. Even Ayurvedic formulary of India also mentions certain formulations. Then we have to consider it as a medicine only.
Medicine only.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. It was very informative session about various acts and rights of consumers, examples of misleading acts. You have enlightened us with the many important acts which we were unaware all these days. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable inputs. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Kavya to brief about COE.
Good evening, all. I know you have been listening the whole day, so I'll not take much of your time. I'm just here to speak 1 or 2 minutes about another scheme that the Ministry of Ayush. You all know today that we are Peripheral Pharmacovigilance Center, and this is by the Ministry of Ayush. Similarly, we have a Center of Excellence granted by the Ministry of Ayush. This Center of Excellence scheme, we are under this scheme, we are handling both research activities and clinical services, particularly pertaining to diabetes mellitus. And we have a special OPD also running for diabetes. So all the physicians who are nearby can refer your diabetic patients to us. That will help us to increase the data. And additionally, we are conducting outreach programs, like we are doing camps at different locations, ideally around 10-kilometer radius from our institute. So if you can help us organize such camps, it will be of a great help. Additionally,
And it's free of cost.
yes, it is all free of cost. Okay, and additionally, we are also doing training programs for students, both UG and PG students of Ayurveda, where we are having the research methodology, biostatistics, a brief about those things as per their syllabus. And additionally, a comprehensive management of diabetes is also, they are trained for that also. And they'll also go around this institute like how you did today. So they have an idea about what research is and what kind of research is already happening in institutes like this. Because I was a student once, and I know during our student life, we never know that there is actually research happening in Ayurveda. So when we come out of that phase, we'll be clueless at one point. So to change that, we are trying to do training programs here. And I request all of you to please help us in this regard, and it will be a mutual benefit program. Thank you. So if you want any details, please email us to cari.bengaluru@gmail.com. cari.bengaluru, BENGALURU@gmail.com. Thank you.
Before we proceed with the valedictory function, we would like the participants to share their feedback today for their experience that they had today. So any one of you would like to give any feedback or would like to share the experience of today's sessions?
Somebody wanted to share something back.
I also, you must have received one feedback form with your folder. So you can hand over your feedback forms to Dr. Neha. We also have our website, cari.gov.in. We regularly put updates on that website about various events and activities that are undertaken at CARI Bangalore. So we request you to kindly check that out also. And we also have a Facebook page, CARI CCRS Bangalore, and YouTube. And this session is also being live streamed on YouTube. So you can also have a look at that. Thank you.
You can rate our institute.
You can also rate our institute on Google reviews. So when you put our institute's name on Google, there will be the review section. You can give your review there. So any feedback? cari.gov.in. Yeah. This is our website. You can see that. So you can see what all the activities we are doing. We also have various details about different departments of our website. Very much. Today's program was a very eye-opening program for us. During our UG and PG, we learned a lot about pharmacovigilance. Then we forget everything. So after UG and PG, I think we should get along with a lot of programs like pharmacovigilance. Every doctor, especially of Ayush, especially of Ayurveda, they should know about pharmacovigilance and they should actively report pharmacovigilance, because in Ayurveda, the medicine that will be kept for like 1 year, we get from a supplier. We don't know when it was collected, where it was collected. So there will be a lot of chances that we will be having ADRs, but then we don't report. And most of them will say, oh, we see the form, it is so long, and who will fill that form? So it is very important. So we got to know a lot about ADRs, and especially with some very, very common drugs and very, very common, spices as well that we use in day-to-day life. So more of seminars, workshops like this should be conducted. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Anyone else would like to share any feedback or their experience?
Only one word I want.
Good morning to all. Pitta Pangu, Kappa Pangu, Pangu Maladatva, Vaina Yatra Gachanti Megavat. In the same way, the program has been arranged so nicely by Dr. Sulochana Bhatt. First of all, I will congratulate Dr. Sulochana Bhatt and their team. I will appreciate their team, so young and energetic. So unexpectedly, I have visited the hospital for taking the cough syrup because of the age. But I have got a good opportunity. But even the lecture is also so good. Raghavendra has given a very good information about the advertisement and all those things. And Shubhashri, I am really astonished. You have given a very good speech. So anyway, and morning one, that lady has also given a very good information, because this type of the information is required, especially for the youngsters. It is better you inform the institution, at least the internees will be there, at least 10 internees. If they send the 10 internees from each college, that will help to the students. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Sulochana Bhatt ma'am to kindly present the certificates to all our participants. I also request Dr. Shubhashri ma'am to present the certificates. Dr. Chandrasekhar. Dr. Rupali Shukla. Dr. Pooja Nayak. Dr. Aparna. Dr. Kasana Gailu.
Any of our friends?
Kasana.
Yeah.
Dr. Ria Raj Nair. Dr. Malavika PS. Dr. Jabin N. Ahmed. Dr. Tanzila N. Mahumdar. Dr. Ramita. Dr. Shruti Kawa. Dr. Rakshita. Dr. Chaitra LV. Dr. Kirti C. Unakkal. Dr. Raghuveer. Dr. Chitra Mukul.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Dr. B.S. Rajalakshmi. Dr. Veena Pani.
For everybody. Yes. Thank you, madam. Okay, Dr. Rao is there. He's also please pose for a photograph. Please, so finally, that is the memory. And no, ma'am, very good job.
Dr. Anirudh M.
Convey my regards to her.
Dr. Neela Kantha.
Finally,
Dr. Harshvardhana. Dr. Mohan Raj.
Namaskar, sir. We rectified. Just answer. ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ 29th and 30th.
Special mention, certificate of appreciation to Dr. Chandni Chandrasekharan for her continuous support to Pharmacovigilance.
For her outstanding contribution to this program.
She was there from the very beginning, right?
Progress.
And now she has left. Of course, she is with us in some other department. She's not with us directly. Yes. Thank you so much.
I request Dr. Sulochana Bhatt ma'am to kindly present certificate of appreciation to our resource person, Dr. Shubhashree ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now I request Dr. Shubhashree ma'am to kindly give the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Without taking much time and testing your patience at this hour, I would like to quickly thank everyone who have been whether in front of me or behind the screen. First of all, thanks to Ministry of Ayush for sponsoring all such programs, and my thanks to National Pharmacovigilance Center, also AIIA, and also to IPVC, Jamnagar, to our DG CCRS, Ravinaran Acharya sir, Galib sir, who have been constant source of inspiration to us to work in this regard. And special thanks to today's speakers, Dr. Lata Damle, Dr. Rahman sir, to our backbone of our institute, head of our institute, Dr. Sulochana ma'am, for supporting all these activities, all research officers from CARA as well as our sister unit, RARI, MMR, and Dr. Raghavendra Nayak, who is also the coordinator, has been supporting me from Delhi by supplying all whatever files I needed. So thanks to Raghavendra also, all staff of CARA as well as our sister unit, online and offline participants who have come from far and near. I would like to thank everybody catering, those who supplied you good tea, Mala, Soumya, Sangeeta, and then my three caterers, natural printers, and all the special committees, those who have been working continuously, the team leaders as well as all research officers and SRFs who have been in different committees like organizing committee, registration committee, and those who have compared, Dr. Bhavya, Dr. Tejaswini, Dr. Sonamji, and then specially technical, Dr. Rajendra, Rahul, and practically everybody. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And this is not an end. This is just a beginning. We want to interact with all of you and keep seeing our Facebook page. We'll update all the activities, and we want your cooperation in future also. Thanks for a patient listening. Thank you all. Thank you one and all. If I missed out somebody, thanking them also. Thank you all. National anthem. Group photo, madam. Here or there, madam? In front of the office or here? Background. That CMA pharmacovigilance background. You can put that. Okay. Dhanvatri shoot ಮಾಡೋಣ. Switch off, please. So my place. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ one more line here.
Subhasra. Workshop is meant for senior officers, policymakers, or should be should be like a medical superintendent or deputy medical superintendent, because this is directly related to the data of hospital. Whoever is managing the hospital data can come. We will providing ADA and accommodation, not for general.